Audio check. Greetings, everyone. Welcome. Hello to the early birds and the lurkers. Shane, welcome in. Morning to you as well. It's Friday. We're here. I'm here with the little guy. He's joining me for the first half of the stream as our special guest. This is a new thing that we're gonna be trying. As long as he you know, behaves. He only has like 2 rules to follow, so hoping for the best there. He did a good job yesterday, but he wasn't here for the entire first half of the stream. So we're trying that out today. Today is his first full appearance, and hopefully this can be a regular thing. We'll give it. He'll be kind of on like a 3-strike system. You know, we won't completely do away with this idea if he fails utterly 1 time. He'll probably have to fail utterly 3 times. I'm just touching up a few things in my notebook here. Mostly just the dates. Sometimes when I have to flip pages really fast, I don't write the date at the top because I want to keep writing. Specifically in this game, that wasn't a problem in Tactics because I was just taking all the time in the world. So I have to go back through after the stream and write the dates at the top of each page that doesn't have it, just to make sure I'm keeping my place here. Alright, so we're gonna get the new page ready now. Today is day 6. It's nice to not be on the odd numbering. We were on odd numbering for 10-2 because 10-2 started on a Friday instead of a Thursday. So then I was kind of thrown off. Like, it's nice to know, okay, I stream the game 2 days a week, so the odd days are always on Thursday and the even days are always on Friday. But then that flipped for 10-2. Because we started it on a Friday. But now that we've introduced the idea of the filler arc, we will alleviate that. So if we ever like finished an RPG on Thursday, rather than starting the new RPG on Friday, we would just do an extra day of filler arc. So then I'd be like, oh, I could do a 3-day filler arc instead of just a 2-day filler arc. Or, you know, 2 different things for a filler arc. I definitely want to make that a thing going forward, at least until I run out of things to plug into a filler arc. Let's go over here. I'm already yapping, but we haven't even switched over yet. Nice big welcome from the little guy there. I'm sure y'all heard that. I don't have any type of, like, noise floor, noise gating on my microphone, which means you'll hear every sound that he makes, most likely, because he's pretty loud when he wants to be. The filler episode where Piccolo and Goku learn to drive is why you defend filler to the death. That's an interesting position to take, Shane. I do really enjoy some of that stuff in DBZ. It's interesting, like, DBZ does filler differently than other shonen anime sometimes do. Like, DBZ has a lot of filler in just repeated material and, like, dragging things out. It was infamous for that. Rather than just having a wholesale, completely removed arc like you do in, like, you know, Bleach or other shonen anime. But there weren't that many filler arcs in Dragon Ball Z, and if they were only like a couple episodes. It was just like, hey, let's just drag this one battle out that definitely could have been 1 or 2 episodes and make it 7, you know. It'll never cease to amaze me how long it takes for Goku and Frieza to fight. It's just nuts. It really is nuts how long it takes for them to fight at the end of the Frieza saga. But it was iconic television at the time. But I don't think I could ever rewatch the show in its original format like that. Like, I have to watch the, like, 13-minute versions of the episodes that cut out all the repeated material. Yeah, exactly. The planet will be destroyed in 5 minutes, and that takes 12 episodes. And it's, like, not an exaggeration. People love to meme on DBZ for, like, how long it drags out certain stuff. And a lot of it is hyperbolic, but the Frieza stuff really isn't. It's kind of nuts. It seemed like they, like, maybe got a little bit of backlash and cooled their jets a little bit for, like, the Cell and Buu saga. They still definitely did it, but it's, for some reason, Frieza was, like, the most egregious. And maybe that was because they were trying to figure out where to go after that. I don't really know what the pacing was with the manga versus the anime. I don't know the history there. But I could see that being like, we have to figure out, like, Super Saiyan was, like, the thing, you know? And now the cat is out of the bag, where do we go from here? I could definitely see them being at that point creatively, where it's like, okay, we need to give Toriyama some time to figure out what's gonna happen after this. Who knows? Okay, let's see. Quick housekeeping to remind everybody. Altered schedule a little bit in the next couple of weeks. Next week is normal. The week after that is Tuesday only. And then the week after that is Thursday and Friday only. And that's the week of my birthday shenanigans, where I'm going to do normal times on Thursday and Friday, but it won't be Xenosaga, it'll be special streams, etc., with September incentives, special games, blah, 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 blah. I will post when I do the Monday update this week, I'm going to post a graphic of the schedule, because I know me just, like, saying that is very hard to parse or imagine, most likely. So I'm going to post a very nice, concise calendar graphic that says what's happening, what day, and the days that I won't be here because we're going to that wedding. It's gonna be super fun. I'm excited. I'm feeling physical pain about how expensive it is to go, but, you know, weddings, they only happen one time, and obligations, etc. I want to see everybody that's going to be there, and I haven't seen them in a very long time, so it's like the best opportunity for me to see them, and it's also the best opportunity for them to meet Backlog Baby. Ghosty, welcome in. How are you? Nice to see you. What else? Xbox 360 stuff is happening. To remind you, I should have everything by mid next week, and I can start testing. And we can start talking about things going on polls. I need to figure out if things are going to work and integrate into the setup the way that I think that they are. And then I need to hit up my trusted sources in the community about Halo stuff, which I guess is going to be Broken Quest and Brack. Those are my Halo people. I gotta figure out. I really am at a fork in the road where I have to decide: do I really want to commit to playing those games on console, or just just bite the bullet and play it on PC? I can use an Xbox controller. I gotta chat with them about that, like the pros and cons of each version, etc. I'm gonna have to do some homework and some research there, because I would have to buy an original Xbox copy of Halo 2 in order to be able to play it, which is very silly, in my feeling. Like, I don't know, it just seems weird to buy a game for a system that I don't even have. But I guess if I shifted my perspective enough, I could try to make myself feel the same way about my PS1 games. I play them all on a PS2. I've just never been a Microsoft person, and I'm not like that committed to the Halo experience. I just would like to play the campaigns at some point. I'm not like chomping at the bit to do it. I just don't want to play them on I just really don't want to play them on a PC, even with a controller. Because I'm a curmudgeon like that. We're streaming on Sunday. We met a sub goal this week. Thank you all very much. The lady and I will be playing Grim Fandango on Sunday. Continuing our playthrough, this will be part 3. We are not stuck, but we will have to remember what we were doing the last time we played, because it's been a couple months. And our memories are... She has a great memory. Incredible memory. Much better than mine. But, like, our memory for that kind of stuff is just like... It just plummets way down there. Mario Party music. Gotta love Mario Party so much. I think that's all I got. I think we can go right into the recap. And get started today. So, let's navigate the notebook here. Like frickin' Ryan Gosling. And see what we got. We took a decent number of notes yesterday, but not nearly as much as we did last week. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means we watched less cutscenes, or if I was not paying attention, or I just had less thoughts. I guess I am kind of expecting the notes to slightly taper off towards the mid game, you know, and then ramp up again at the end game. But that might not necessarily be how this shakes out. So we started off by actually redoing a boss fight that we died on last week. We reconfigured the party. We messed around with using the different points currency to boost stats. It's a little bit overwhelming, but we learned some stuff, so that's nice. And we were able to beat the boss. It's just a big robot. It was the Autotech mothership that was spawning all these little ships to our position. After we beat the boss, the Elsa's radar is down. The Elsa is the ship that we're on. The radar is down. And Tony and Hammer are kind of like quibbling about it. But then the rest of the party that was off fighting the boss kind of comes back up to the bridge and diffuses the situation. And Ziggy and Momo are like really thankful to Matthews. They're like, oh, thanks for, bringing us on board. And Ziggy says, "Oh yeah, we're Federation government agents." And I was expecting a reaction out of Matthews when he said that, and he's like totally nonplussed. He's like, "Yeah, cool, whatever." But then when he hears that they're being pursued by UTIC, then he has a reaction. He's like, "UTIC, those guys?" And he like freaks out. So maybe he has a history with them, or they just have a reputation that precedes them. And then Shion just takes one look at Momo and just knows what she is. She's like, "Oh, you must be a 100 series Realian." Momo kind of like starts offering information about herself, and Ziggy kind of like looks at her and gives her one of these, like, "Hey, don't tell her everything about who you are. Like, we don't know if we can trust these people, blah, blah, blah." And Momo kind of like stops short before she says everything, but Shion just figures it out anyway. She's like, "You're a 100 series Realian. I can tell by looking at you." She's too smart, I guess. And then Shion, like, almost like in exchange, is like, "Hey, I can tell that you didn't necessarily want me to know that. So in exchange, I'm just gonna tell you some like personal information about me, or about what we're doing." And so she tells them about Cosmos, and she's like, "Oh, don't worry. If you're a top secret government thing, we've got one of those too. This is Cosmos." And it just kind of like tells them that she's a top secret government program. And she's kind of like highlighting the similarities between her and Momo. She's like, "Oh, you know, Cosmos can use the Hilbert effect too, just like you." And it's in a very like humanizing way, which was kind of nice. She was being like very, very thoughtful and attentive to Momo. Maybe a little bit patronizing, but in a loving way, like in a you know, teacher student kind of way, not like a you know, like a you're a product, you're a tool kind of way that we've seen from other humans. And then Momo is interested with she's familiar with Vector, and she's like interested when Shion says that she's with Vector. She's like, "Oh, I know Vector." She doesn't elaborate on that. And then Chaos interrupts, and he's like asking where Ziggy and Momo are going, and he's like, "If it's on the way to where we're going, we can drop you off." And then they're like, "We're going to Second Miltia," and everyone's like, "Huh, what a coincidence, we're going there too." So very RPG moment. And Shion is like, "Wow, what a coincidence. We're going there too." But then Matthews is like, "We got to stop somewhere nearby to refuel and repair the ship, because we just pulled off some crazy maneuvers in the hyperspace column to evade the UTIC, and you know, our hangar catapult thing is not working properly, so we're gonna stop somewhere else to get some repairs and stuff." And then we got an email about another side quest where we had to make a 3-way decision. We had to choose to invest in one of 3 companies, based on some very cursory information that we were given. I made my best judgment, just like I did on the last side quest that was an email. We have no idea if I've made the right decision or not, or how they work. I'm sure we'll get the results much later. We've had 2 of these side quests now that are taking place via email, and you have a certain amount of time where you have to respond. You get kind of cornered, and it's like, "Hey, if you don't respond now, you can't participate in this side quest if you go too much farther." And so we just make the decision right away, because we're not going to get any more information. So all we have is just more time to think about it, maybe. And then we don't get the result right away. So it's kind of maddening, but also exciting. Then we cut to a new scene. We see a lone Eggs pilot kind of surveying some space. I thought maybe it was Master Wilhelm, because he was being referred to as Little Master, but the voice actor was very recognizable to me, because I know them from Outlaw Star, and I was like, I don't remember Master Wilhelm sounding like that in the cutscene where we met them, so I don't think that that's them. But maybe I'm remembering wrong, or maybe Master Wilhelm never spoke, and I'm misremembering that. And then there are these 2 women on the on the like ship that the eggs presumably launched from.
Gadong.
Danky, how you doing, my dude? Great to see you, man. Thank you for the sub. How are you doing? Would you like a wheel spin for that? We can let her rip one time for you. I really appreciate it. It's going well. Things are going well. It's very busy and exciting times over here. We've got the little guy hanging out off camera over here. He's being a little bit noisy today. If you hear some yelling or some sound of someone trying to that sounds like someone's trying to break out of prison. That's him. He's on the mic today, as it were. But I'm just starting the recap before we get into the game today, so you're just in time. Yeah, I'll do a wheel spin once we finish the recap. That sounds great. So yeah, the eggs guy, Little Master, presumably launched from this larger ship that we see, and there's these two women that are kind of like the helmsmen. There's a blonde lady with a weird, like, Harley Quinn kind of accent, this, like, over-exaggerated, like, Brooklyn accent or something. Her name is Mary, and then there's this other woman who has this purple outfit and purple hair. She looks exactly like Fantina from the Gen 4 Pokemon games. She's a gym leader, and her name is Shelly, which seems like an intentional choice, Mary Shelley. Shelley was even spelled the same way, like the author of Frankenstein. So I feel like that might be a reference. Maybe it's a non sequitur reference, or maybe it has something to do with something that we'll learn about them later. They're looking for the planet that we saw get, like, blipped out of existence on a video screen that was being watched by Margulis and Pellegrini. And we learned that that planet was called Ariadne. We don't know anything about it, but apparently this young master is looking for that planet, and they're at the place where that planet's supposed to be, and it's not there. It's kind of like, you know, in Star Wars when they hyperspace jumped to where Alderaan was supposed to be, and there was nothing there. Except, unlike that situation, there was no remains of a planet. And the Little Master's like, you know, it doesn't look like Ariadne was destroyed, because there's no, like, gases or debris or anything that makes it look like it was blown up or anything like that. It's just not here. And he suggests that someone is hiding the planet, which is a very hard concept to imagine, but he suspects that the Gnosis might be involved, and he's like, all right, we're going to change course, and we're going to go to the last known site of the Federation ship. And he means the Woglinde, the ship that we were on at the beginning that got attacked by the Gnosis. And we'll get to why he knows to jump to that conclusion. So they decide to change course to go there, then it cuts away again. And then we see a member of the SOCE, the, like, circular Jedi Council scientist people that hired Ziggy to save Momo from Utic. We see a member of that council talking to Margulis. So there's some kind of double agent thing going on. It's the guy who has the really absurd voice like this. He's the voice actor for Gene Starwind from Outlaw Star, but he sounds like he's imitating Steve Bloom. He's doing a really exaggerated voice that's super funny. And he's talking to Margulis over a voice call, and he says, like, oh, there's an information leak. And I was confused by this initially, but I think what he means is that he's a double agent on the SOCE for Margulis, right? He's on the SOCE, everybody thinks that he's just a member of the SOCE, but he's working as a double agent for Margulis, but somebody else on the SOCE is like a mole in the other direction, right? So somebody figured out what Margulis and Utic were up to, and that's how they figured out that Momo was there. Not that guy is, like, telling on himself. That's why I was confused at first. I was like, well, wait, you're the member of the SOCE and you're talking to Margulis. Aren't you the information leak? But I as more time went on in the scene, I think he meant an information leak in the other direction. You know, so instead of him giving SOCE information to Utic, there's a leak going the other direction. So it sounds like he's a mole for Margulis on the SOCE, and he's going to be investigating the other SOCE members to figure out who's leaking information back to Utic about what they're doing. It was kind of just blown by in the conversation, and I chose to read into it. But then Margulis mentions that Miltia has an Achilles heel. That's the first we've heard of that. Don't really know what that means. He doesn't elaborate on that. And then as soon as he hangs up on the SOCE guy, I don't know his name. As soon as he hangs up on him, he gets a call from Cherenkov. So we also see Cherenkov reporting to him for a second time. We knew that they were in contact before. And then Cherenkov, weaselly little loser that he is, he takes credit for securing Momo, even though he had nothing to do with it. It was just pure coincidence that Ziggy and Momo ended up on the same ship as him. He didn't even take part in saving them from the Utic, which is also ironic because he's saying, I'm going to help get them back to you. So that was really, that made me angry. And then he just tells Margulis where the party and the Elsa crew and everybody are. And then Margulis hangs up on him. And then we meet the silver-haired dude from earlier. He kind of pipes up, and this is the first time he actually speaks. And he's like really creepy. He has like Girahim energy. Very like sneak up behind you, touch your shoulders kind of energy. Lick of the lips kind of energy. Real nasty looking dude. And he says that the prototype belongs to him, and we assume he's referring to Momo. And him and Margulis kind of have like a little argument, and Margulis is kind of trying to like throw his weight around and act like, oh, I'm in charge here. You can't just do whatever you want. But this guy is very clearly just doing whatever he wants. He walks out, he goes to the hangar, and he like gets in his eggs, and he launches his eggs. He's going after Momo, and he's saying like all kinds of like weird, creepy, possessive stuff all along the way. And then we get a nice little moment where Pellegrini is observing Margulis. She is presumably like his second in command, but I don't know what her position actually is. She's observing Margulis have this interaction with the silver-haired guy, and seeing him kind of like get upset inwardly and struggle to like maintain his leadership or like project his leadership. And she kind of like smirks and like notices that, his leadership isn't effective against this other guy, and that bothers Margulis. So there's just a little moment there where she noticed that he was kind of like, he seems a little bit afraid of the silver-haired guy, not just like irritated by him. Like he's not just like mad that he doesn't do what he says. He seems a little bit afraid of him too. He's kind of like he's like the wild horse in the stable. We go back to the Little Master. He's in an eggs with Mary, and they're exploring the wreckage site of the Woglinde, which again is our wrecked ship from the beginning of the game. And they are actually inside the remains of the ship, and they find the spot where the Zohar emulator was being held, and they're like, oh, the Zohar was here. They don't refer to it as an emulator, so it's unclear if they know it was an emulator or not. Everybody else seems to know, and they seem more connected than other people, so I assume that they know, but they didn't specifically say emulator. They just said Zohar. So that was interesting and noteworthy. And then the Utic Autotech show up and ambush them using their short jumps, which I guess helps them avoid detection. And then Little Master is like, Mary, go back to the ship. Their ship's called the Durandal, Norse mythology reference. And then we finally learn that Little Master's name is Junior. So I think he is Master Wilhelm's child. That's the best assumption we can make given the situation. He wears like the same cloak with the same insignia that Master Wilhelm had, but it's also the same uniform as Margulis and Pellegri, I think. So there's something going on there. Maybe they're connected. And Little Master is like invincible against these Autotech, and we just destroy them in our eggs while we take 0 damage. Then we see another scene where a ship appears from this kind of cloaked state, or it's actually a fleet of ships, and then it destroys the Woglinde remains, and Junior makes it out, and he suspects that they're trying to destroy the evidence of what happened there. Like Junior and his crew showed up, and they learned that the Zohar was there, and that was a big clue. And whoever showed up to destroy the Woglinde caught on to them and was like, okay, we got to make sure nobody else finds this clue. And so they destroy the Woglinde. There's no remains left after that. And then the whole crew of the Durandal, Junior's ship, are all 100 series Realians. So we previously thought that Momo was this like really, really super rare, cutting edge prototype technology, and that's why the SOCE was so interested in getting her back. But now it's pointing more towards they're just interested in like the specific data that her unit holds, and not necessarily the 100 series technology itself, because apparently there's a lot of 100 series, and even though she's a prototype, she's not the only one. They're being mass produced by somebody. And I kind of got the sense that the 100 series Realians are like a status symbol, and like something that only the very connected and very wealthy can afford to protect themselves against the Gnosis. It seems like a really, really heavily privileged thing, and it almost seems like an allegory to like much darker times, like 150, 200 years ago, where really, really elite people would have these like hired people, or like, unpaid servants that followed them around to perform like very, very specific tasks, like a king that had someone taste their food before them, or bodyguards, or things like that only like extremely wealthy public figure type people can afford, or like manage. That it kind of seems like that's what 100 series Realians are being painted as right now, because it seems like the more normal people, like the Elsa crew and even the research division of Vector, see a 100 series Realian as like a very novel, unique, new technology. But then suddenly somebody like Junior, he's got a whole crew of them. There's like 8 of them on his ship, and the silver-haired guy just has one following him around. So there's something there. There's something there. I'm sure we'll get more information about it. We didn't read the database at all yesterday, so our first stop today is probably going to be the database, to do some read up on some key terms and glossary stuff. But yeah, everybody on the Durandal crew looks exactly like Momo. They just have different color hair. And then Junior controls the ship's weapon system with some very like mystical looking powers that looks kind of similar to what Chaos did with the Gnosis, but we don't know if it's Hilbert effect. We don't know if it's the same thing that Chaos does, which we have no name for. But he does this kind of mystical thing with their weapon system interface, and then he shoots and obliterates a bunch of these Utic ships that attacked the Woglinde remains. And then they start retreating, like, oh snap, they've got crazy weapons. But the Durandal gives chase and uses the like spearhead nose of the ship to just like ram into their ship, and then we're like boarding them like pirates. So we actually went into the Utic ship. We're on the Utic ship as Junior and Mary and some random no-name soldier that's part of our crew. There's also a big crop of like regular Realians on the Durandal. So we've explored this ship. We fought some random battles. We picked up some collectibles. The Utic battleship. And and we were told to unlock door number 3. We had all these security doors that we had to find keys for and go through a sequence and whatnot. And we were told that the big prize is behind door number 3. And we got the key for door number 3, and we're about to go open it. So we're going to boot into the game today, and we're going to read through the database and probably read and write for a good chunk of time. And then we're going to see what's behind door number 3. It's a new boss, most likely. But we're expecting to find out... I guess we're expecting to find out why Utic is trying to cover up the footprint trail of the Zohar, presumably because they want it for themselves and they don't want anyone to interfere, but maybe there's more to that. And I guess we'll find out how they discovered that Junior and his crew were doing this. Are Junior and his crew independent, or are they connected with some other organization that we don't know about yet? Today on Xenosaga. But first, we're going to spin the wheel for Danky Funk. Thank you again for the resub. Much appreciated. I'm going to switch over to the roaming mic. And we're going to go over to this camera, kick out the insert, and we're going to let it rip one time. This is so awkward with a tank. It just droops so much. It gives me the deepest V. Smash Bros fell down. All right, this is the first spin of the day, so completely wide open here. Pink and orange are locked. Let's see what we got to kick us off here. The little guy is enthralled watching this thing spin. He's on full alert here, just standing there watching this thing tick down. What's it gonna be, big guy? Ooh, it's a Game Gush. Very exciting. All right. Danky, if you are lurking or working or both, no pressure whatsoever. But if you would like to choose a game for me to gush, I'm gonna put the links in the chat here. I'm not sure if you've been around for a Game Gush before, but basically we have a list of games that I've already done a Game Gush for. We pull it down off the shelf and we gush about it, share memories, why it's great, all that sort of thing. We've done a lot of Game Gushes over the years, so this is quite the list. But basically you can pick any game from my collection for me to gush about, as long as I haven't gushed about it before. Oh, Dealer's Choice, very smart play. Very smart play. Putting me on the spot here. What would I want to gush about?
I've invented games.
Any suggestions, chat?
It's nice.
Turn it over to you for a sec.
I'm sorry, I have to say no.
This is...
Smashington, welcome in.
Understand.
The classic 1-2. What is a game that I feel like gushing about right now? Well, have I gushed about this game before? Let me see. I have. Okay, can't do that one. Star Fox. The one that we just beat recently? That's an interesting choice, Smashington. It'd be much easier to do a game roast about Star Fox. This would be challenging. We could do that. I like that suggestion. Put me to the test here. Let's just knock this out really quick before we get into the game. Star Fox SNES. All right, folks. It's a segment that you know and love. We reach back into the collection. We pull a game down off the shelf. We show it off. We share memories, thoughts, opinions, hot takes, all that good stuff about it. And we call it Game Gush. Today's Game Gush is brought to you by a joint effort of Danky Funk and, I suppose, King Smashington. Featuring a little guy who's also going to make noises throughout this review. Let me find it. There it is. All right, I've got 3 minutes. I'm gonna put 3 minutes on the clock. Oh. I think someone needs a nap. I think someone's gonna need their second nap today. Someone's gonna need the early nap. Can we go in there in 3 minutes, little man? You got 3 minutes in you? I know Star Fox is not your favorite choice. All right, I'm gonna move him real quick. BRB. Okay, that was definitely what he wanted. So good job, little guy. Thank you for telling us what you needed. Oh, you're welcome, Smashington. All right, 3 minutes on the clock. We're gonna talk about the original Star Fox for the SNES, and I'm gonna try to tell you why it's great and why it's awesome and what I think about it. Here we go. So, I was unable to beat this game for a very long time. I'm a huge Star Fox fan, but I started with Star Fox 64. It's still one of the most important games to my existence. It holds up phenomenally. I'll never not love that game. And the franchise has very much kind of chased that magic ever since to mixed success. But this game is the one that came before it and, you know, technically started it all. And I always wanted to go back and play it so that I could, you know, feel like I could really call myself a Star Fox fan. I got the Nintendo Power issues from the year of 1992, where every month had an issue of a Star Fox comic to hype up the release of this game in 1993. I bought those and read through those. I got this game and I tried to play it. And I couldn't get past like the third level of Route 1, which is supposed to be the easiest one. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I wasn't gamer enough. This was in like 2017, probably. And I was thinking about playing it on the show back when Vaughn and I were doing YouTube stuff, because that was like in the height of, you know, year 2, year 3. We were getting together every week and playing games and recording them and uploading them to YouTube. But because I wasn't good enough to beat this game, I was like, we're not gonna do this series because I'm gonna like pull my hair out. I couldn't do it. And when I decided to come back to it this year, I was like kind of worried. I was like, we got to get over the hump on this. I want to beat this game and not just like get through like the one stumbling block that I had before, but I want to do like everything in this game. Like, I don't want to necessarily 100% it, but I want to be able to say that I really played it and beat it. So I committed to beating all 3 of the routes on stream. And it was one of the harder things that I've ever done video game wise. I know there are harder games out there, but Route 3 of this game on original hardware with no like mods or save states or rewind or anything is brutal. I really struggled with it. And this game has a lot of really great ideas, and a lot of them land on their feet. Many of them don't. There are certainly some technical limitations that led to the game being harder than it probably needed to be and feeling a little bit more like a quarter eater arcade experience. But I think that they mostly really achieved what they set out to do. I've run out of time already. 3 minutes goes by so fast. And now YouTube is asking me if I'm even still listening. This game is very good, but I would say if you love Star Fox and you struggle with this game, it's okay. It's okay to put this game down, because it's very different from the entire rest of the franchise. Every other Star Fox game in the series focuses a lot on narrative and putting a narrative weight on what you're doing. Even though the gameplay loop of like rail shooting and like, you know, high score and all that is the main focus, there's that narrative weight in the back of your mind the entire time. Even in Star Fox 2, we can't even say that it was attributed to Star Fox 64. I mean, granted, Star Fox 2 didn't actually come out, and there's that whole discussion, but clearly they were thinking about it before Star Fox 64 became what it was. They wanted to have these high stakes and this kind of, you know, Star Wars space opera-esque trappings to everything, where, oh, we're doing this for a reason. We're shooting down all these ships for a reason. The tension is up at a peak. You know, we have this music, and we have these sound effects, and we have these tight flying sections, and these electric boss battles, and we're going from planet to planet, and why are we doing it all, you know? And it's not just like, click the button to get the high score and shoot all the ships, and, you know, there's kind of an implied bad guy at the end. Like, this game is the only one that doesn't have that. And I think some people like that. They like that it's just more of an arcade experience. But for me, every other game sings in a totally different way, because I love the stakes, and I love the trappings, and the you know, little bits of world building that you can think about. Even though they're not like at the forefront, they're not really like forced on you, but I like that that's there for me to think about as I fly around and press A, and sometimes B, you know, that kind of thing. And the interplay between the characters was always there. We can give this game credit for that. But yeah, I don't know. Star Fox 1, for me, the best memory is when I beat it. And I knew that I didn't have to play it anymore. It's a good game. It's a good game. It's fun. It does a lot of interesting things. But I still think I would comfortably say that it's the weakest Star Fox game. Which I guess is a compliment to a series, if that's what you say about the very first one. You know, if you only went up from the first game, great job. And I would definitely say that about that franchise. I bet it was way more compelling at the time. You know, with the like 3D, the way that it did 3D on the Super Nintendo. I bet that was mind-blowing at the time. But now it's just kind of a headache. It's like 8 frames a second, even on a CRT with no input lag and everything, and like properly represented and everything. It's really tough to play that game. It would be interesting to try it with a higher frame rate mod, but I think it would be even harder, which would be attractive to some people, but not me. Not me. Star Fox 2 is miles better. Star Fox 64, Star Fox Command, miles better video games. I'll take Star Fox Assault over Star Fox SNES. I'll take Star Fox Adventures over Star Fox SNES. Sorry, I was supposed to be gushing, but it kind of took on some trappings of a roast. Okay, we're gonna play a video game. Did you know that we do that here sometimes? All right, I'm launching the game. I'm pausing the music. We've done our recap already. Normally, I boot into the game and go to the Vibey email screen, and we have our custom recap music. I forgot to do that. Oh no, the continuity. But that's okay. Like I did with 10.2, I've been stamping these VODs as I go, so that when I finish the playthrough, I can just immediately upload them, and I don't have to go through and do all the timestamps and make the thumbnails or whatever. Well, I guess I didn't used to make thumbnails, but I decided to try. And I don't know how long I'm going to keep it up for, because it is a lot of extra work for presumably little to no additional return. I don't really expect people to watch my VODs on YouTube. I kind of just feel like it's good for them to live there, so that if ever somebody was like, what games have you streamed? Or what are your streams like? I could just be like, bleh, you know, instead of having to like remember or explain it. You know, I'm not trying to like get partnered on YouTube and get like a bunch of views or anything, because it just doesn't seem realistic. But I do like them living there. So I'm just kind of messing around with trying a little bit more, I guess you could say, by doing some thumbnails. Just having one random thumbnail that I repeated for every single video for tactics seemed to make a difference, but I wanted to test and see, like, okay, is that just because it's tactics and people are more interested in tactics playthroughs than the other games that I've played? Or is it because I did thumbnails? So I was like, okay, I'll do thumbnails for 10-2. We'll see what happens with that. I don't expect anybody to watch my 10-2 playthrough, because I was just kind of like navigating all these weird topics the whole time. My 10-2 experience has really soured after the fact too, unfortunately. I was like super stoked to like write up a review and explore all of these like nuanced topics that I feel like weren't talked about, and then I just like got all the wind taken out of my sails after I like talked to some people about it. So I don't know if I'm ever gonna finish that 10-2 review that I wrote. I don't know if I'm ever gonna post it to Backlogged. For now, just kind of sitting on it. Oh, we can't go into the UMN and read the database, so we won't be doing that to start off stream. Okay, I lied. We'll have to wait till we get control of Shion again. I just topped off my health, and we're gonna go through door number 3. We're the exact same outfit for every Xenosaga game, so it looks like I played the whole trilogy in a single sitting. Well, it's definitely too late for that, Shane. I've done pretty much the exact opposite of that. I take great care to do a good rotation of shirts and glasses for my streams, because it's something that I enjoy. All right, we're gonna put our card in. And we're going to open the dough. Oh, nice. I was actually going to make a joke if that guy didn't fall over, and they made him fall over. Well done, devs. Tetsuya Takahashi, everybody. He probably had nothing to do with it. Everybody in this game has a funny run. I don't think there's any mocap for this game. Maybe there was. It seems very non-mocap. But they gave like unique personality to people's walk and run cycles, which is neat. Looks like this is the bridge. Why is there no one here? And there's a UTIC logo on the floor. Little Master, do you remember your objective? Of course, we came for the mainframe. Then let's take care of it quickly. Okay. And she just walks away at the most casual pace. She seems to know what she's doing, though. Shall we take a look at the bridge? Help out too, little master. Okay. So what are we looking for? Why is there no crew on this ship? I guess the implication is that we just beat them up already? But I thought they, like, barricaded this place from us, and so I would have assumed that their, like, last line of defense was in here. The terminal is flashing. Operate it. Not yet. Let's continue looking around. Did they even do mocap for any games this early? Well, mocap definitely started in the PS2 era. I don't know exactly when the technology started being implemented into video games. I don't know like what the first game to use mocap was, but it was around this time. So I always assume that any game from like the early 2000s has a chance of having motion capture, but not necessarily. I don't think it became a standard until probably the late 2000s. There's probably like a really, really great example of like the pioneer of motion capture in like a really successful game that made it the standard like from that point on, but I'm not thinking of what that is right now. This should be okay, right?
Yeah, probably, but don't touch it yet.
So, you know what you need to do?
Wait just a moment.
First game you ever played that used mocap was Uncharted 1. Interesting.
Since this is that, so... Huh? This thing is... Well, it might take a while, but I can handle it.
I see. It doesn't look like it's so hard that you'd have a tough time with it. Security system activated. Security system activated. Security system activated. All hands, please evacuate immediately. Another robot!
Little master, I told you not to touch it. This isn't the right terminal. What are we going to do now?
I guess we're gonna fight this giant robot. It looks a lot like the last giant robot that we fought. Okay, that's a powerful AoE. The soldier and Mary are very strong, so I'm not super worried about them. I just gotta make sure JR doesn't die to this thing. So let's hit him with a onesie. Oh. Okay, does he have a counterattack? Is that what that was? We don't have scope on anybody, so we don't know... how much HP it has. It looks like it does have some type of counter AI. We just got some flavor text about it there. Alright, let's heal. Let's use a large... Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Time up! This game's winner is... Kirby!
All right, I'm back. Kirby wins again. So the first 2 rounds were won by Mario, and now Kirby has won 2 in a row. This one did not go to sudden death, but it was the same number of KOs. It was very close to going to sudden death. So this is still proving to be a very close matchup so far, despite them being pretty far apart on the standings. Kirby in 11th place, and Mario in 5th currently. I think he was actually in 4th before this matchup started, though. A 1,000 channel points if you want to pick who fights next. You can pick anybody you want. Nobody's done all of their matchups yet. If someone gets in ahead of you and snipes you, you can choose their opponent, and I'll let you know which matchups are available. Because we're getting down to it. We're currently on matchup number 46 of 66 possible matchups. And we can schedule them out as far ahead as we want to go. If you've got the channel points to burn, you can just pick them all. All right. I'm finishing up a snack here. I had a glorious snack time during the break. Loink! Gad, thank you so much. Also, hello. Welcome in. How are you? All right, Link will be the red corner fighter for the next 11 ad breaks after we're done with Mario versus Kirby. If you'd like to choose an opponent for Link, let's see what your choices are. Your choices are Donkey Kong, Jigglypuff, and that's it. Wow. Donkey Kong and Jigglypuff are the only 2 opponents left for Link. Link might be one of the first ones to finish all of his matchups. He's quite a ways ahead. All right, and there is Shane with Jigglypuff. So Jigglypuff will be returning after just 1 week away. 1 series away, not actually a week. I'm just using sports talk. Link versus Jigglypuff. That ought to be a massacre. And once again, the offer still stands. If you were going to come in and pick a character and Gad and Shane sniped you, you can just pick after for matchup number 48. We can go all the way down to it. Yeah, she's going to destroy him. I mean, we're waiting. We're waiting for the one character that Jigglypuff is good against. And she's like a surprising foil to. It's going to have to be Link, Fox, or Luigi. She's lost to everybody else so far. Hasn't even gotten close to winning. Even Kirby, who is in 11th place above Jigglypuff, has performed significantly better than her. Significantly better. Especially now that Jigglypuff has been shut out by Captain Falcon. We can't sell that aspect of her anymore. The highest she's ever scored against an opponent was 4 points, which was ironically against Kirby in the Battle of the Balls. Okay. I finished my snack. Let's get back to this game here. We just got to the bridge of the ship, and we got ambushed by this boss sentry robot because Junior touched a console that he shouldn't have. This thing attacks a lot, and it has a lot of really strong counterattacks. Not sure what to do about it. So I have items that can restore health for an eggs, but I can't use them as an eggs. And the counterattacks are AoE, so I can't even, like, attack with the character that has a lot of HP and defense, while the other two don't get counterattacked. I think I needed to just chill for a second here. I wonder what happens if I use... a med kit on everybody. Yeah, it doesn't work. The only way I can heal an eggs is with a special item. I guess I'm gonna put him in his eggs too, so that he has more HP. But how do I... I don't know. I guess I'll use W Act. Well, that's good damage. Okay, so his counter boost is down. That's good. And then we'll do W Act with Mary as well. Mary is our powerhouse. Okay, that's fine damage. We can mostly... But yeah, see, I don't know how I'm supposed to heal the soldier guy. I have items in my inventory that can do it. But I don't know how to use them. So I think the soldier guy is just gonna die. And he's just frozen there. So do I carry over to AP if I choose to guard? Yes, I do. Okay, so this is definitely the move. Just guard and then W Act. Whoo! That was a nice attack. Okay, he's gone. Mary's eggs remind you of Ellie's gear. Yeah, it's kind of similar. I mean, it's pink. A B-Max circuit. I wonder what that is. Matcha's hitting today, y'all. It's tasting good. I've gotten more and more used to the unsweetened thing. The dietary shifts that I've made in the last couple of months have been pretty exciting.
We've hacked into the enemy mainframe.
Hooray!
Okay, so now what? Shall I copy or transmit it?
They've already entered the manual override code.
There's Fantina, I mean Shelly.
Partitions are being deleted. Hurry up and start your transmission.
Roger. You just clear your head out and wait for me.
It's like Southern mixed with Harley Quinn. It's really weird accent. Oh. She has a computer in her head.
I tell ya, being able to interlink with your sister has got to be
Oh, they're sisters.
I wouldn't say that. She has so many random thoughts.
I can't help it. We're humans, not realians. You can telepathically talk to the Kaiser, right, little master? That sounds a lot
Oh.
more convenient to me. You don't need this annoying contraption either.
Not really. I have to constantly make sure I watch what I'm thinking. Or else I start sending thoughts I don't want to send.
Whoa.
The whole thing's just as tiring as hell. It'd be easier just to write him a letter.
Oh, I didn't know it was like that.
Yep, that's how it is. You okay, Mary?
Yeah, I'm all right, but look what you did. Oh.
I'm sorry to say that all data from the enemy mainframe has been lost.
Oops.
It's because of all those cheesy action flicks you keep on watching.
They've launched a lifeboat. Shall we pursue?
Nah, no need to pursue them that far. We just need to know where they're headed. Place a trace request with the UMN Administration Bureau. Let's head back. Hurry up with the retrieval preparations on board the Durandal. All hands, check your equipment. Don't leave any evidence behind.
Okay, I gotta pause here. There's a lot to write down. A lot is happening here. So, Mary can interface with her sister Shelly. We now know that they're sisters via some kind of cable that attaches to her head. Oh. We don't know what kind of data she's trying to send. We also learn that JR has a telepathic link to the Kaiser. We haven't heard that terminology used before, which must mean, or must refer to Master Wilhelm, because, hello, Kaiser Wilhelm, slam dunk. That's a ham-fisted reference if I've ever heard one. And then some Utic soldiers barge in. JR shoots them down. But in the process, or in the skirmish, the terminal is destroyed, and the information link with Shelly is severed. And they also destroy the terminal, implying they can no longer obtain the information they were trying to get. The UTIC launch a lifeboat to escape, and JR, I keep calling him JR Jr., chooses not to pursue, but says he will put out a tracking request with the UMN, which we did not know was like a thing or that he would utilize them. That seems like something that would be illegal to do. So that was kind of wild. He put out a tracking request with the UMN and then destroy the ship and all evidence. Okay, and also I have bad news, chat. My display adapters are doing the blipping thing again. I don't know why. I took great care to reroute my video matrix for all my HDMI stuff. And it wasn't doing it for several days, so I assumed we were in the clear. But it did it again this morning, and it did it again just now. I really don't know what to do. Like, the amount of effort that it would take for me to route out all of my HDMI stuff in such a way that none of the cables were like touching or overlapping any other cables to try to account for any potential interference would take so much effort. I really don't think it's feasible. Like, I don't have the space to like do that. They're in a much better co-location than they were before, so hopefully that's helping. But I think the only thing that I can really realistically do is replace one of the components in the matrix that I think might be just old and a little bit faulty, and hope that that's it. Because theoretically, if one of the components is faulty and it like shorts every once in a while, it can send that short through the entire matrix, which would make this kind of thing happen. It's not super obtrusive if it just happens for a second and then stops, which is what it's done the 2 times today. Before, it was sticking in a loop where it would blip and the displays would like blink and all of my windows would move around because it thinks, oh, there's only one monitor. Oh, now there's 2 again. Oh, there's only one monitor. Oh, now there's 2 again. That kind of thing. And so everything's like moving back and forth and out of its like locked positions that I want everything in for stream. So if it just gets stuck in a loop like that, obviously that's not very easy to deal with. I have to like go out and like power cycle all of the devices and like hope that it stops and then fix all the windows. If it just does it like one time and I have to fix the windows and maybe it's like, you know, once per stream, hopefully, obviously that really sucks. But it's better than the alternative. It just sucks because there's no way for me to like troubleshoot it. I would have to just guess. I would have to just buy the new device and swap it out and hope that that works. And if that's not it, you know, then I'm just out whatever I paid for that device. I don't need another one of those, so I wouldn't benefit by having 2 HDMI over Ethernet rigs. I don't need another one for anything. That's the only HDMI run that I have that exceeds 25 feet, and that's the only reason why I use it. So I don't know what to do. It's a little bit overwhelming, especially with like everything else that I have going on right now. It's just like so low priority. I want it to just work. And it's just worked for such a long time too, so that makes it frustrating. Okay, back to the scene.
Amazing. I can't believe how much his personality changes when he's holding a gun.
A lust for conquest and absolute power, and the desire to have a really big gun. I suppose that'd be the standard explanation.
You don't hold back, do you, Shelley?
Although, in Little Master's case, it's probably just a complex about his height.
Probably, but I think Little Master's plenty attractive just the way he is.
Oh, is he not a child?
True.
Mary, we'll be leaving in 2 minutes. Hurry back, okay?
That was weird.
Roger. It's a shame. Little Master doesn't have any choice in the matter but to stay that size.
Okay, so there's something going on with him. Maybe he's not a kid.
Oh, I thought Commander Cherenkov was here with you.
What's the matter?
Well, he skipped dinner again, so I've been looking for him.
Did you check outside? He mentioned something about finding a charter flight.
Wait a minute. Wearing that uniform?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. This area was abandoned by the government and never properly restored after the war. The people here haven't forgotten how violent the military was, though. It's no place for a soldier to be wandering around.
Is it really that dangerous here?
Well, it's fine if you're a civilian.
Love these cuts back and forth. Oh, that face.
Well, in that case, we better go find him before anything happens.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we could just let him die.
He'll probably come in handy at a time like this.
All right. I'll go with Alan then. He doesn't look very useful, though.
God, everybody's so mean to Alan. It's crazy. Even Hammer. They're laying it on a little too thick with Alan, in my opinion. Like, we get it. Nobody thinks anything of him. They're really setting him up for an anime redemption arc. Okay. So Cherenkov is looking for a charter flight because he's a turncoat trader. If you're looking for Ziggy, he was wandering around cabin 1 just now. I think he was looking for something. You have any idea where the commander might go? From the look on your face, it doesn't seem like you do. He's gonna stick out like a sore thumb in that outfit, so you shouldn't have any trouble finding him. I don't want to save Cherenkov from an angry mob. Hey, I don't want any trouble, so hurry up and go find him. Sheesh, going out dressed like a Marine. What is he, crazy? Huh? If you want to know, ask these guys. It's so pathetic. I can't bring myself to say it, especially as a former Marine. Yeah, I want to know more about why this particular place that we've stopped has a special contempt for the military. I mean, obviously, I don't have to imagine super hard to think of reasons why they might be, but... Okay, we've got an email. Permission to use Tech Attack 1. An Intelligence Bureau investigation has confirmed that the Gnosis with stronger battle capabilities will appear. To counter this, you have permission to remove the seal on Cosmos' battle technique program. I love this kind of video gamey thing where there's like a lore reason why you can't use your full power yet, and then it gets lifted. Cosmos is now able to use a new tech attack, R Drill. That's the whole email. Okay. The conclusion the interference machine reached was that Cosmos' original battle capabilities are needed against average Gnosis battle capabilities. It's getting more difficult to handle the appearance of Gnosis with higher battle capabilities. I agree. I bet the most powerful Gnosis realized this and devised some sort of scheme. This will require proper handling. Remember that the Tech Attack R Drill that you got permission to use must be set in a slot in order to use it. Yes, I know. Cool. I do want to go into the database and do some reading and writing when I find a convenient stopping point. I don't want to wait too long before I do it. I want to do it at a certain regular interval because then, like, it'll get longer and longer every time we do it, you know? Like, the last time we did the database, it took like an hour. And if I leave it unchecked for too long, then it'll just get worse. So I guess we could do that now. I mean, here are the save points. It's very likely that we'll get pulled into a cutscene. So let me drop a save here. I believe this is slot 31 that we're on. This is Elsa, post, cutscenes, and docked. Yeah, 31. And this is a UMN port. Okay. Let's take a look at the database. Actually, yeah, let's look at these Gnosis. We haven't looked at this in a while. So this isn't like a full bestiary. It's just a bestiary for Gnosis. Kind of neat. There is very little, like, universal qualities between them. Alright, keywords time. So some of this is going to be checking older entries to see if they've updated. Just to see if that's like a thing in this game. It doesn't look like they do so far, but we're just keeping an eye on that. I think this is a new entry. Italia. Planetary member of the Galaxy Federation, located in close proximity to the area in which the Woglinde disaster occurred. Functions as a relay point for the transfer column to Sinir, which is where Cherenkov said he was trying to go, but that may have been a lie. We know about auto mode. Autotech terminal. Unmanned battlecraft. Yep, we know about that. Battle in hyperspace. If an object comes into contact with the inner boundary of the hyperspace column wall, it disintegrates into subatomic particles. Yep, we witnessed that happening. Binding. Book. Refers to a book printed on paper. An antique in this time period. That's funny that you'd have to, like, look up what is a book. That's like a horrifying thought for like 15 years from now. At Grok, what's a book? An insult. Yeah, we know about it. We know what a bookworm is. Captain Moriyama. No updates there. Sad to imagine that he's dead. We know about Chaos. Cargo weight. Oh, this is new. Tolls for the UMN transfer gate are determined by the total weight of the matter to be moved and the distance it will travel. We got a little reference to this in a cutscene, just kind of in passing. Like, when you want to transfer through a hyperspace column, you have to, like, call the UMN and be like, hey, we're this ship, and we want to go from here to here. And then they, like, calculate the distance and then look at how heavy your ship is, and then you have to pay based on a calculation of that. Really, really fascinating that there's this, like, monopoly on hyperspace travel. And I guess they're trying to say that maybe the Elsa fudges the numbers a little bit so that it doesn't cost them quite as much. Cherenkov mentioned a search for one at the dock. Search for a charter flight. Hammer asked where he was going. He's most likely searching for a vessel that would take him directly from the dock colony to his destination, in this case, a facility associated with UTIC. Yeah, it doesn't look like people's entries are updating. Like, Cherenkov's entry is the same as it was at the very beginning of the game, and we know so much more about him now. So I feel like we're setting a precedent that these won't get updated once they're put in. I wish there was a little marker that showed you if you had read it already or not. Like, I can mostly remember, but obviously it's gonna get harder as the game goes on and we have more of these. When telepaths converse with their minds, they must maintain a barrier so that subconscious thoughts are not unintentionally divulged to one another. So yeah, that was an interesting little moment, learning that Junior and Kaiser Wilhelm are linked together telepathically, so he sees every thought that he has, and he's talking about how he has to manage his thoughts. So obviously the question becomes, what would Junior be thinking that he doesn't want the Kaiser to know? Let's see, what else is... Director? Is this new? Oh, this is the character director. We don't know his name yet. The director of Vector's first division. Okay, that was a question that I had. Was it the director of all of Vector or just the first division? Now we know. Shion's immediate superior. He appears to be a simple and easygoing person as the head of an entire division, but rumor has it that he is quite sharp and competent. Why can't he be all of those things? Dragon Skull? Multi-purpose railgun. Oh, yes, we do know about this. This is the gun that she used to attach the tracking device. We know about DSSS. We read about the Elsa. Yep. What else we got? Federation Police? Federation Fleet? I think this is new. Okay, sure, that's pretty self-explanatory. Yep, we read that before. Pretty sure we read about 5th Jerusalem. It was the 5th planetary capital. Okay. We know all this. It was very dark and the wind howled horribly around her. From The Wizard of Oz. When was this referenced? That's just randomly in there. Jin is Shion's older brother. We read Julie Mizrahi's entry. Keltia is another planet. Kirschwasser, this is what I wanted to hear. The word for cherry brandy in German, an observational realian created by Joachim Mizrahi for the purpose of collecting data for the prototype Momo. Huh. Yeah, somebody used this word almost like a slur. They were it was the silver-haired guy, I'm pretty sure. He was like, I'm tired of dealing with these Kirschwassers. And we had no idea what he was talking about. So I guess he's like resenting the observational realians, even though he's one of the privileged few that has one. This universe had the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, the implication is that this is our same universe way in the future, Smashington. Junior's opening scene had him quote it. Oh, that's right. He was being very poetic at the beginning there. I didn't remember him saying that that quote exactly, but I do remember that moment. Lieutenant Commander. This is... Actually, we don't know who this is. Might be purple X-faced abusive guy, though. LPS. Oh yeah, we know about that. Margulis. We know about this guy, right? We already read this one. Yep. Mizrahi Cerebral Sciences Research Center. This seems new. It's where Joachim Mizrahi worked as chief scientist before UTIC was established. Oh, okay, so UTIC is a relatively new organization. Okay. Combines neuroscience with phenomenology. What a name for a area of study. It was sponsored by Vector. Interesting. Okay, so Mizrahi was sponsored by Vector. That seems very important. Nero was new. Oh, okay. Yeah, this was another thing that Junior said in his opening scene where he was like, I wonder if this is Nero's fishing spot. I assumed that he was being literal and talking about a character that we haven't met yet named Nero, not that he was talking about the 5th Emperor of Rome from ancient history, or that he was quoting Shakespeare. That's pretty wild. French for peach. This was the pet name that the silver-haired guy used for Momo when he was being really gross. Plan 31. Seems to refer to a certain action relating to the capture of the Zohar. We hope to resolve the mystery by the time Junior is introduced. Nope, we didn't. We did not. Okay, we read about Pleroma. Post-war reparations? Is this new? No. Detect traces of Zohar wave energies. Term is derived from a DNA sequence analysis technique. Primer walking. Huh. Yeah, that was from Junior's introduction as well. Durandal has a holding area for troops at the very tip of its ram, enabling them to engage the enemy immediately after impact. That's so Pirates. Real mode? Oh, yep, we know about that. Sanir? There seems to be a facility on this planet linked to the UTIC organization. Okay. I think we knew about that before. Subcommittee on Close Encounters. Telepathy. Weird that Togashi is in here. Togashi's gotta be dead, right? Along with everybody else that was on the Woglinde. We got to assume that nobody got away there. UNP? Oh, yeah, we read about that. The Y data. Series of research data left by the late Joachim Mizrahi, sought by UTIC and SOCE. Data said to exist in Momo's unconscious memory, although it is not very certain. Data is vital to the Zohar project. Okay. I love how there's an entry for Ziggurat 8 and an entry for Ziggy. we read all this. 117th Marine Division? That's the Marine Division that was assigned to the Woglinde. Okay. Okay, that was actually really quick. There wasn't a whole lot of new stuff there to write down. Let's go to the environmental simulator. And let's go to the Woglinde. We have a key to a door that we can open up. So we're going to actually do kind of a pseudo time travel here. Oh. To go back to a previous area. I'm going to look really quick. So let's see. We need to go... Wait. I thought we got this item. Utic Battleship Soldier Room. This one's in the Cosmos Simulator, and then this one here is in the Woglinde. Utic Battleship Soldier Room. I could have sworn that we got that. I guess I just have to battle this guy. I don't want to do too many battles here because I only have 2 characters with me. And I don't want to get too far ahead. But hopefully these enemies are weak. Oh, these guys are 180 and this guy's 90. Okay. Wow. Okay, he's really strong. I guess he's really good against Gnosis. So maybe that's what's going on here. Critical 0. That's pretty awesome. Cool.
Okay, let's go on.
Yeah, there weren't entries for Mary Shelley or Junior. And that I guess that also kind of supports the idea that they aren't dynamic and changing entries. There's probably information in the static entry that is too much for us currently. Not the big peepee guy.
I've come this far, I can't lose now.
Compression organ damage? What does that mean? I guess we'll see how much we do here. Yeah, maybe that is what it means. Alright, Ether's doing more to these guys. These guys are really weak, though. But not for him. Dum 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 dum. We definitely got... I need to look at the decoder thing again. Because we definitely obtained a key and used it on the Utic battleship. So something's not right here. So we should have this item. Right? I mean, I'm assuming the Utic battleship will show up in the similar, or in the simulator. See if I can sneak past these guys. Nice. I unlocked the door but didn't open the red door? I just walked away? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that? It's my room, but it's not really my room. Yeah, I don't know why I would have done that. I must have just not been paying attention. This was door number 11 or something? Or no, 11 is the one that we were just talking about. This is door number 7. No, it's door number 18. This one was the one by the guy who gave us the tutorial about this whole system. Where is door number 16? The corridor to the comm room. What was the comm room? It's been so long since I've been on the Woglinde. Oh, I know where that is. Okay. I know what the room looks like. I only vaguely remember how to get there. Let's go this way. Sneak past these dudes again. And see if we can go in the back way. It's up past... Oh, hello. It's up past where those two guys were, though.
Okay, here we go.
So I wonder why we can't bring... I guess maybe it would be possible to be doing this with Cosmos, and we would just need to go, like, talk to her first. Or Ziggy or something. But I'm just so afraid that if I go talk to Ziggy, it's going to pull me into something. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Chaos. Thanks for your great power. No response. Oh, okay, we can't go this way. Darn it. So we just got caught up there for no reason. So we do have to go this way. Maybe I can trap them in this electricity? Oh. Trapped one of them. Now I'm gonna have to fight them both. But at least it's just one dude. Oh, good job, Shion. Maybe that was because of the field effect? Maybe that does have something to do with it? Yeah, I tried.
Get out of my way, or else...
I like the feathers on his spirit attacks. Meow, meow. Okay, I can see you on the map. I think it's this way. Hello.
Get out of my way, or else.
I also like the dynamic of the sooner you revisit the area, the more useful the item likely is, but the longer you wait to revisit the area, the less annoying the random encounters are. So you get to decide how you wanna do it. Oh yeah, this guy again. Classic. Our favorite guy. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang. Now I gotta fight him anyways. Menace Cannon. 0 damage. As long as he doesn't hit me with his protrusion. This guy kind of has like Marcus the Worm energy a little bit too. Oh, now he's switching to battle mode. Okay. I'm going to open a prediction for the next ad. It's tied up 2-2. Mario versus Kirby. You got 2 minutes to make a wager if you want to throw some points in the pot. Make it interesting. I won't be running the ad for another like 5 to 7 minutes, but I'm just going to go ahead and run the prediction now while I'm thinking about it. We're almost there, I'm pretty sure. I'm also almost out of matcha. But we have another drink we're going to try today after it's gone, so that's something to look forward to. Get out of here. It's going to be a busy weekend, folks. It's going to be a packed weekend. Gonna solder some GBA batteries. Got some VGMCon stuff to do. Gotta make some phone calls. Door number 16, baby. Gotta do yard work. What's the matter, Nima? Stim DX. Whoa, what is that? Dr. Maul, welcome in. How's it going? Stim DX. Increases physical attack by 50%. Huh. Well, that's an extremely situational item. One-time use, 50% attack boost. Certainly useful, but feels a little underwhelming for these types of items. Oh, cool. I was wondering. I was like, can I go to any save point to get out of here? And the answer is yes. Congrats on FedEx pickup. I'm hoping that's something exciting, Dr. Maul. And it's gone. Okay. So I can't EVS to the Utic battleship. Which has me a little bit concerned. But I feel like I will definitely be able to go there eventually. I'm very curious about the Pleroma, though. The Pleroma, there is a chest that we left behind, and there was no discernible way to get it. And I feel like if I go there again, I'm still not going to be able to get it. But we can go to the Cosmos Simulator and get this other chest from early in the game. So let's go ahead and do that. Watching Boeing employees get close to the line they are picketing. Wait, are you... Oh, you're watching Boeing employees get close to a picket line? Interesting. And is the picket line also employees? Or is the picket line people protesting something that Boeing is doing? The picket line is employees on strike. Got it. These guys are going to be super weak, right? Oh, no. Apparently not. Yeah, I don't know the details, but I know Boeing is in some hot water. Oh, we just got hit with ads. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Time up! This game's winner is...
Okay, Mario is back on it. Zine, welcome in. How are you? Immediately into an ad. Karma moves quick. What did you do, Zine? Oh, you must be referring to calling me backdoor boys. I don't care. Thank you, Dr. Maul. Yes, I am, to say I am thorough might be an understatement. I kind of blow right past thorough straight into pedantic. Look at the bot coalition out here. Freaking automod white knighting for Sari bot. Not allowing Zine to call the bot a liar. All right, so Mario's gonna go up here 3-2 after 5 rounds. Yeah, they're getting away from us, aren't they? Still 6 more rounds to go on this matchup. It's been a very close one so far. So that's exciting. Mesmer, welcome in. How are you? Thorough didn't exist. Wow. I can't think of a better compliment. There we go. There's Mario. I couldn't find Mario for a second. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Didn't mean to press that button. All right, let's come back over here. Huzzah. You're all right? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. It's a good day. It's Friday. We're playing video game. And I have 2 precious puppies that I was petting during the ad break. And we're gonna taste a drink. Put the guns away. No, I have the right to my bear arms. B-A-R-E. We're gonna taste a new drink. We're gonna taste another Liquid Death flavor. This is the 3rd new flavor that we've tasted this week. We tasted the cola on Tuesday, which was very unique and surprising and would very much be divisive. But I liked it. And then we tasted the cherry one yesterday, which is like an immediate favorite. And that's from like the, you know, flavored seltzer realm. And this is back to the soda, the new soda flavors that they've put out. I think there's a 3rd one, but I can't think of what it is. We tasted the cola. Now we're going to taste Dr. Death, which I assume is a Dr. Pepper clone. And I think there's one other one that's from the new, like, soda series. So the seltzer ones, the flavored seltzer ones have colorful cans. There's a whole bunch of those. There's lime, orange, cherry, which are in the variety pack I bought, and I think those are my 3 favorite. There's a grapefruit one, which I assumed was going to be my favorite because I love grapefruit so much, but it was just good. It didn't blow me away. And then there is a mango one, which is also good. They're all good, but I think lime, cherry, and orange are my favorite. I think orange is my favorite one. And what's the other fruit flavored one? I can't remember. Anyways, then there's the tea ones. There's 3 tea flavors that have a gold can that's like mostly gold, and then they have colorful bands. There's a plain tea. There's an Arnold Palmer that they had the infamous name legality battle over, which was very funny. And then there's a peach tea. Or no, wait, they added 2 more of them. That's right. There's like a berry one and some other one. There's a red, let's see, black, red, blue, purple, and then there's a green one. I think it's mint. Those are all amazing. Those are my favorite ones. The tea ones. But I'm excited to try this one too. You know, I'm a soda man. I'm the soda sommelier. So we got to try it. Let's crack it open. It smells exactly like a Dr. Pepper. It smells great. I've always been a Dr. Pepper fan. I'm a Texan, so you have to like Dr. Pepper. I grew up with it. But when I switched to not drinking corn syrup anymore and only drinking cane sugar sodas, obviously I had to cut that out along with my beloved Coke and, you know, all the other classic standard pleb sodas. But there are some really, really good Dr. Pepper clones out there, and because of the cult status that Dr. Pepper has and how unique its flavor is, there are a lot of craft sodas that try to imitate its flavor. So it makes sense that that Liquid Death would try their hand at it as well. Sometimes you'll hear it referred to as red cola by certain brands if they want to avoid skirting the line by calling it Dr. something. So if you ever see a craft soda that calls itself a red cola, it's probably trying to taste like Dr. Pepper. Yeah. It tastes like a stevia Dr. Pepper. It tastes great. Pretty impressive what they're able to do with these. There's only 4 grams of regular sugar in here, which they use agave for as their sweetener. So it's very smooth. And then the rest is supplemented with stevia. So if you don't like stevia, as I've said with most Liquid Death flavors, you probably won't like these because you can taste the stevia a little bit. Stevia is my personal favorite of the sugar alternatives. I don't drink diet stuff. There's a lot of alternative sweeteners that I think I've seen enough information to indicate that they're really, really bad for your health and that they shouldn't be consumed at all. So there's a lot of them that are kind of just on my block list. I recently added another alternative sweetener to my block list. Some of them, I think the jury is out on the health status, but I don't like the flavor of them, so they're also on my block list. It's pretty much just stevia now. I either want real sugar, but I'm cool with stevia. Pretty much anything else is on my block list, either because of health, flavor, or both. This is really good, though. It tastes nearly identical to a Dr. Pepper. It tastes like a Dr. Pepper made with stevia. It's very good. I like it. By the way, it is possible to get cane sugar Dr. Peppers, which is something that I also grew up with. Dr. Pepper's from Texas, specifically from Dallas, which is where I grew up. The old Dr. Pepper factory was torn down when I was a little kid, and it was a really big deal because it was this like really cool historic building from like the 50s or the 40s or whatever. And it had this iconic sign out front that was a clock and like a little miniature billboard, not like a high-flying billboard like we're used to seeing in the US now on the side of the highway, but like a church or a school billboard that's like on the corner and you can change the letters, you know, and you can read it like when you're at the stoplight, kind of thing. Sorry, I bumped the mic. It had one of those, and then there was like the old-timey Dr. Pepper logo where it was like he looks like the Monopoly guy. He's got like a monocle. He's got a monocle and like a top hat and a suit. And then there was this clock, and the clock was famous as a landmark because instead of having like 12, 3, 6, and 9 as like the visible numbers on the analog clock, it had 10, 2, and 4. And I didn't know this as a kid. I thought the 10, 2, and the 4 was just to like make it look quirky and interesting, you know, in kind of like a Salvador Dali warped clock kind of way. But the 10, 2, and the 4 was actually when the original marketing of Dr. Pepper said that you should drink one to have like the best day possible. They said that you should have one at 10, 2, and 4 to put like a pep in your step. So that's where that came from. And they would like take breaks at the factory at those times so that everyone could drink their Dr. Pepper at 10, 2, and 4. So if you've ever seen that before, that's where that came from. Little Dr. Pepper history for you. But they tore down the factory, but the clock, I believe the little clock and the billboard are still there where the factory used to be. And now it's just like a, you know, random shopping center or something like that. But there is a place in Dublin, Texas, not Dublin, Ireland, Dublin, Texas, that's like 45 minutes to an hour outside of Dallas, where they moved all the soda production to, because Dallas was just too big and urbanized and overcrowded to have a factory in it. So they moved all the soda production to the soda plant in Dublin, Texas. And Dr. Pepper eventually got bought by someone else. And it's, you know, underneath a larger soda conglomerate. But the original Dublin plant is still there, and they still make cane sugar Dr. Pepper there. And I think it's the only place where you can get them. We had a friend in middle school and high school who was obsessed with Dr. Pepper. It was the only thing he would drink. Literally. He didn't drink water. He didn't drink Gatorade, coffee. The only liquid that he put in his body was Dr. Pepper. And he would drive all the way to Dublin and buy literally a pickup truck bed full of Dublin Dr. Peppers, and they looked exactly the same. They were like little cans, 12-ounce cans in a big cardboard box, but they had cane sugar instead of corn syrup. And he had like a fridge full of them at home, and it was like his crown jewel. Whenever people came over, come over and drink some Dublins. But Dublin, the Dublin plant is still there. I don't know if they still make Dr. Pepper there. They might not be. They might still be able to. They might not. But they make a bunch of other different sodas, and you'll see them at a lot of grocery stores throughout the South, especially in Texas. And they're okay. I've never been blown away by them, but they make one that's called Dublin Red Cola. And a lot of people say, oh, that's the original Dr. Pepper recipe, and it's actually better. I've had it before, and I thought it was meh, personally. The best Dr. Pepper soda I've ever had is McFuddy Pepper Elixir. It's unmatched. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. I've been yapping. Yeah, I know, Mez. I know. They use real sugar over in Europe, which is fantastic because they have working brains. When you first saw Liquid Death, you assumed they were coffee things. Interesting. Most people assume that it's beer because their marketing is kind of intentionally to make water look cool, so that like if you're at a party and you're not drinking, you kind of like fit in more kind of thing. If you're like an NA person like me, that's kind of what they were going for. Like, oh, I'm just drinking water tonight, instead of you having like your water bottle while everybody has their like tall boy PBRs, you can have your Liquid Death and you're a little more visually blending in. Coffee is an interesting theory though. That's like the one thing they haven't tried yet. I don't want them to stretch too thin. They're doing so well in their wheelhouse. I want them to keep being successful. I love their mission. But yeah, they started out with just water. The only thing they had when they first started was just still water and sparkling water and mountain spring water. It was just those three things. That was all they had. And then they started adding flavorings, and then they did tea, and now they're trying some soda flavors. And I don't want them to necessarily try to compete with soda brands, but I like what they're doing where it's like way less sugar, but no bad stuff. Because that's getting really, really hard to find in America. It's like you either have to have a ton of sugar or high fructose corn syrup, which is even worse. I won't put that in my body. But if you want the cane sugar thing, you usually have to pay the premium for it because most things don't have real sugar. Or you just have to drink a bunch of bad stuff because it's trying to have no sugar, because everyone thinks that sugar is the devil, and so they would rather drink a bunch of carcinogens. Dr. Pepper tastes different when boiled and drank hot. Yeah, hot Dr. Pepper is a southern thing too, Shane, in the wintertime. I think because Dr. Pepper is just so ubiquitous in Texas specifically, you can... I've never heard of anyone actually boiling it, but, get a 2-liter bottle of it or something, and you'd let it go flat intentionally. You'd leave it out so that it went flat, and then recap the bottle and put it back in the fridge or something to keep. And then during the warm months, you would pour it into a mug and heat it up in the microwave like apple cider or coffee and drink it hot. And it is a different experience, I would say. I think it's pretty good. There's cherry notes and some other things that works. I have nothing against Mr. Pibb Dr. Ball. Other than it has high fructose corn syrup in it, just like everything else. But I was not a Dr. Pepper loyalist when I was a kid. If a place had Mr. Pibb instead of Dr. Pepper, and that's what I was feeling, I would still drink it. Yeah, I would say hot Dr. Pepper definitely works. If you wanna LARP as a U.S. Southerner, drink a hot Dr. Pepper when it's cold outside. Yeah, Mountain Dew had some throwbacks. I remember that, the cane sugar. The problem with the whole cane sugar thing in the U.S. is that people just don't seem to care. They just don't seem to care. We've been drinking high fructose corn syrup for such a long time that some people just can't tell the difference. And so because they can't tell the difference, why would they pay more for the real sugar, Oh yeah, I know about Cheerwine, Dr. Maul. Yeah, Cheerwine's pretty good. It didn't blow me away, but it's a very unique thing that you can't really get from, like, nothing else is exactly like it, you know? There's not a whole bunch of things that are trying to taste like Cheerwine either. It's like very much in its own lane. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I've had it a couple times. That's like your sparkling water. 0 grams of everything and just aromatics. Yeah. And luckily that has gotten more popular here. Like just drinking something with no sugar, no sweeteners whatsoever. Just water, flavoring, carbonation. That's great. That's a good move for us. Pib Extra. Oh yeah, that's like their caffeinated version, right? Come join me for a hot Dr. P. Ooh, a jacuzzi. Love a jacuzzi. Set up your laptop in the bathroom with all 3 movies. Had a super girly bubble bath with the jacuzzi jets on, and a 2-liter bottle of Dr. Pepper and a bucket of chicken. Holy smokes! That is amazing, Shane. What a vibe. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Mountain Dew. I've never really liked the flavor of it. Even if it had cane sugar, I don't think I would drink it. I'm not a big fan. There's a craft soda called Ski that is really good. They make a regular version and a cherry version that's called Cherry Ski. If you can find that, I would recommend that anybody that's a fan of Mountain Dew try it. It's not exactly the same flavor, but a lot of people that I've talked to that are from like Gen X specifically, or maybe a little bit older than that, maybe even like my parents' generation, say that that's what Mountain Dew tasted like in the 80s when it was like really popping off and like really hot. That Ski tastes like old school Mountain Dew. It calls itself a lemon lime orange soda. So it's like a triple citrus blend. It's really good. And the cherry one is good too. I'm a big fan of that soda. And it has a little bit of caffeine in it too, just like Mountain Dew. Anyways, back to the game. We're revisiting this very first area of the game because there's an item that we can get here now. And we're going to go check it out. We're going to have to battle... That's the door we're looking for, but we have to go all the way around. We're going to battle some wimpy enemies on our way there. I'm going to try to avoid as many encounters as I can, because it's just going to be a waste of time. Try to use the walking to the best of my ability to dodge. I think this is where we want to go. Oh no, wait, this is a dead end, isn't it? It's very hard to remember some of these areas. Goodness. I don't know what that was about. Oh, cool, but this changed where the enemy was, so I can get past him, so that works out. But yeah, it's kind of sad when you're trying to introduce somebody, like a friend, to craft soda and try to, like, bring them over to the light side, and, you know, you're telling them that it, like, tastes so much better or whatever. And I've definitely had some friends try like a craft soda version of something that's like their favorite regular soda, but made with real sugar instead of corn syrup, and they just can't even tell the difference. And I'm always just very crestfallen. It's like, really? You can't tell the difference? Ooh, we got some booster packs of some cards. We might have to do some pulls today. We have 3 booster packs we can open now. Cool. That would have been interesting to come back and get this before we had access to the card game. Once the puppies get the smell of Dr. P in their veins. It's so funny that you're saying Dr. P, Smashington, because Dr. P was a dubstep DJ. Well, actually, he was a DJ that predates dubstep. He was a really popular DJ for a long time in the 2000s. And I saw him at a show once. My friend played a show with him and Flux Pavilion. Really dating myself. That was probably 2011 at like the peak of dubstep mania. Hell of a show, though. And I got to learn all of the, like, producer versus DJ discourse that was happening during that era. Sneaky, sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. Man, if you just chill and walk around, these guys kind of don't mind you. That's pretty cool. You keep it low volume, they're happy. Okay. I'm going to drop another save here. I'll use the same save slot, no big deal. Yeah, they just want to keep it chill in their little spot, you know? Like, hey man, we're stuck living in this environmental simulator. It's bad enough as it is. Can you just keep it down? All right, well, I'm gonna have a low grade of anxiety until we get EVS access to the UTIC battleship, and we can go and get that item that we have the key for. I still don't understand why I didn't get it when I was right there. I swear I did, but apparently I didn't. It makes sense that I think that I did. I can't remember if they said he was in cabin 1 or cabin 2, so I guess I'm going to check out the rest of the ship before I go in there, just in case I get pulled into something. Because we haven't talked to Alan, we haven't talked to Cosmos, but I guess that's it. The rest of the crew is on the bridge. But I think Alan is like alone at the bar. Hopefully not destroying himself. Or at least that's where we last saw him. Oh yeah, he's shoveling down some food.
Alan?
Please leave me alone. I love the translation underneath.
Listen, Alan, Commander Cherenkov has disappeared.
That has nothing to do with me. You care more about the commander than me. Oh my god, Alan, this is the most cringe behavior you could possibly be eliciting.
Alan, talk or eat. Pick one, okay?
You care more about the commander than me? That's crazy.
Is he going to be okay? He seems to be taking it pretty hard. Oh, he'll be just fine. Alan might not look it, but he's actually surprisingly tough. Not even a swarm of Gnosis could kill him. Yeah, he might as well be eating a pint of Ben & Jerry's, right? Okay, so what is this supposed to say? I want to eat a mush and cute. Oh my god. No. Why would you say that, Alan? I'm not even gonna say that out loud. Wow, Alan is really trying to drown his sorrows in some curry here. He's being extremely melodramatic. All he wants is for Shion to notice him. And at first I was kind of rooting for him. But now I'm just worried about him. And I think he's being really, really toxic. He's kind of turning into like an incel. Like, at any minute he could just be like, I hate women. They're the worst. They're evil. They're all toying with me and laughing at me. Yeah, to think if I had not spoken to him, I might have had a higher opinion. I mean, my opinion of him was certainly waning. Because he's being so childish, and he has been for so long. Like I said earlier, like, they were just laying it on so thick. I don't think there's really anything for me to do down here other than go and look for Cosmos. I guess I should check and see if the items have regenerated, because they often do. But I have a feeling they won't. The only time they regenerated is when we were playing as Ziggy. What a reference, Shane. I think I'm going the right way. I get a little turned around on these two different parts of B2. Oh, Ziggy's here. I thought he was in cabin 1. Apparently not. Oh, Ziggy! What is it? Commander Cherenkov is missing. Will you help me look for him? The commander? He's a soldier, so he should have training of that sort. I don't think you need to be overly concerned. But the captain said this is a bad place for military personnel to wander around. So I would feel more secure if you were with me. All right. In that case, I'll help you. Better safe than sorry. All right, so he just joins up. We haven't gotten into this door yet, but it presumably leads to that chest. What are you barking at, honey? What's going on out there? Alright, let's go across the way here, see if Cosmos is interactable. Man, now I'm thinking about the tea liquid death. I gotta find some more of those. They're so good. There's not that much caffeine in them, so you won't really get that much of a kick, but the flavors are just great. There she is. What is the matter, Shion? Is there an emergency? Commander Cherenkov has been missing. Oh, Commander Cherenkov has been missing. I'm going to go look for him. Shall I join you in your search? No, that's okay. It's in the city, so we can't do anything flashy anyway. I'll call you if I need you, so get some rest. I wonder if I could have had her in my party if I came here first? Affirmative. Do I ever feel the urge to finish a game faster on stream than I would playing a game in my personal time? Not necessarily to finish it faster. Like, I definitely have an awareness for, like, oh, how long have I been playing this game? And if I've been playing it for a really long time, it's like, man, it would be cool to get to something else. And then, you know, when you're streaming, you think about, like, oh, if somebody's avoiding this game because they don't like it, or because they're avoiding spoilers because they haven't played it yet. I've been excluding those potential people for a long time. Like, I have all of those thoughts. I think I definitely felt that pressure a little bit more when I was only streaming my RPG playthrough 1 day a week, because it just took so long to get through each game, even like a shorter RPG. But it didn't stress me out to the point of, like, making me want to do anything differently, if that makes sense. Like, it didn't make me play it didn't make me play the game differently. I was definitely conscious of it, and I was like, but it wasn't enough to make me like play faster. I will say though, I do have a fairly strong, possibly even irrational proclivity to want to make progress. So when it comes to things like side content or grinding, or just doing like random trial and error experimentations that result in resetting or redoing something, I probably do more of that if I play an RPG not on stream. But I really embraced that kind of stuff when we did tactics. I kind of threw all that away. I was like, I'm going to play this game exactly how I would play it. And I'm not going to feel like I'm wasting time. I'm going to redo all kinds of stuff and be super pedantic, and I'm not going to care about it. So those inhibitions were kind of wiped away for that playthrough. But those feelings are definitely still there a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I think for me it's overall a net positive. There are definitely things that I do differently playing an RPG on stream versus if I wasn't playing it on stream. But I think there are also things that playing the game on stream makes me do that I like. You know, like the most obvious one is just the outer monologue. If I was just sitting here in my room playing this game, I wouldn't be talking out loud to myself nearly as much. I unfortunately would be lying if I said I wasn't talking out loud to myself at all. I do that, which is part of why this comes naturally to me. But I wouldn't be doing it about everything. I wouldn't be sitting here like out loud digesting the dialogue and the plot and the subtext as I'm playing the game. So I like that. I want to get more into the story and like take notes and stuff. I wouldn't be taking notes in the same way offline. I wouldn't be digesting the plot in the same way. I would kind of just be letting things wash over me a little bit more. And it'd be a much more relaxed, slightly less engaged experience. So I actually like that streaming the game makes me do those things. But there are certain RPGs that I wouldn't stream. Like I streamed Octopath Traveler for a little while. Because I love that game and I wanted to finish it, and I figured, if I stream it, it'll help me finish it, so I can get to other, Asano games that I want to play. But streaming that game was really, really difficult because, for one, that game takes a lot of concentration, and I wasn't very good at concentrating on like putting my turns together and all these different actions and everything while talking, especially if I was talking about something else. If I was talking about the game, I could kind of do it, but then that also slowed things down massively, because if I was just sitting there playing the game, I would just have my idea and I would do it. But when I'm streaming, I felt compelled to like explain my thought process, because like why else would you be there is like my thinking. Obviously there's other reasons why people would watch a stream, but for me, I'm thinking like, why else would I be there? So I'm sitting there like explaining like, okay, I'm going to do this and that's going to allow me to set up that. And then after I get to this turn, if this hasn't happened, I'll do this, and I'm explaining all of my logic like before it plays out and kind of giving like my own color commentary as I would play through the game. And so it made a game that already takes a very long time to do a battle take even longer. So I was like, I have to stop streaming this game so that I can fully focus my attention on it and get through it. So certain games it doesn't work for. But I guess overall, to circle back to your question, I do feel like streaming a game definitely alters the way that I play, but I don't necessarily feel the urge to finish the game faster, but I do feel the urge to make progress. Like if I spent a whole stream just like playing a mini game or grinding and leveling up, I would have to like figure out a way in my brain to make it feel like an event. It's like, oh, okay, we're gonna like do Smash Bros on the side, or we're gonna like pick topics and talk about them while we do this, because I couldn't bring myself to just like goof around for the whole stream and not make any progress. I do feel pressure in that way. Momo, what are you doing? Oh, I was cleaning. The room was messy, so I thought I would tidy it up. Was that wrong of me? Oh, not at all. Momo, I bet you'll make a lucky guy very happy someday. I hope so. That's a weird thing to say, Shion. I guess that's further cementing that Shion has like very antiquated like gender roles. It seems like a lot of people in this game do. If I work hard and become a good wife, it will make Ziggy happy too, won't it? That's a what? That's a weird thing to say. Yikes. Work hard and become a good wife. 2,500 years in the future and they're still saying that? Something doesn't add up. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that that is a poor reflection of who they were raised by. That we may get more of a window into at some point. Is there anybody in here? Alright, so I'm guessing because we're actually parked somewhere, we're going to be able to go out that exit hatch that we've never been able to go out before. And every time we went up to it, it was kind of like, why is this here? Now I think we know why. Let me check my character situation here. Okay. I think I'm going to save one more time before we go out there. So this will be save slot 32. And then I need to go get the little guy. It's his lunchtime. So this will be post EVS item roundup. With Ziggy. Pre-disembark looking for Cherenkov. All right. Enjoy some tunes for a second. I'll be back in like 90 seconds. I just got to go grab the little guy, stick him in his chair. Okay, I'm back. Little guy's back. Let's go out into the world. This is our first time kind of like not being on a spaceship. We're at a UMN port. Some kind of colony. This will be exciting. Oh, hey, Hammer. Oh, aren't you going with Alan? Oh, no, we said that. Oh, Alan was crying over his food for some reason. No matter what I said, he just blubbered at me. It's really annoying, so I'm leaving him behind. God, I hope they're not setting up, like, us to, like, intentionally get disgusted with Alan because he's being so pathetic, and then, like, something happens to him, and then it, like, makes us feel bad. It kind of feels like that's what they're setting up right now. Because they're just laying it on so thick. Like, nobody wants to be around him. He's so repulsively pathetic. But he seems like a perfectly competent, good guy. It's not like Shion is, like, giving some other guy romantic attention and he's, like, jealous. You know? It's really strange. Well, let's start looking for the commander. We should split up to look for him. I'll let you know as soon as I find him. He just kind of runs away like a clown. Alright, here we are. Haven't seen you guys around here before. Is this your first time here? Don't look so worried. We'll do a good job servicing your ship. Get some rest while you're here. The government doesn't keep a strict watch on things in this area of space. You can get away with most things, but that doesn't mean you should get involved in too many shady things. Okay. Hey, kid. That girl named Ludi at the clinic refuses to talk at all. I was being nice and said I'd play with her. She's such a brat. Ludi. What a name. This colony was once a Realian nursery. After the war, the pier was remodeled into a dock. And many refugees came flooding in, probably because of its favorable location, but now it's practically treated like a den of outlaws. The nursery? It's already been abandoned. Huh, interesting lore. Who the heck are you guys? You guys are an odd bunch to come to this rundown dock. The army made a huge mess here during the Miltian conflict. There's nothing of interest here. Why was this facility targeted? What? You don't know? 14 years ago, a Realian in service went crazy in the star cluster, that's why. Later they reported that it was a Trojan horse sent in by the instigator of the conflict, but I have my doubts. Back then there was a human rights issue for Realians, remember? I bet some in the government opposed the idea. Well, that's a pretty massive lore implication, just on a random NPC dialogue. So we know that something happened 14 years ago that sparked the Miltian conflict. We also know that potentially the UTIC organization was formed around the same time. We know that there was a human rights crisis for Realians, and this guy just told us that some type of like sleeper cell Trojan horse switch was flipped in a Realian here, and that they went crazy, and that played into the whole human rights crisis. And there's rumors that speculate that whoever instigated the entirety of the conflict was behind flipping that switch. That's massive. That's absolutely massive. Okay, so how do I want to write this down? At the UMN port, we learn a Realian went rogue 14 years ago. And there is speculation that it was a Trojan horse or sleeper cell controlled by someone or something. Okay. I was expecting to get some cool info from these folks, but not that big of a drop. My husband's love of fishing is such a problem. He goes fishing every chance he gets. It's really an addiction. But the other day he lost a tool called a fish detector or something. He was so depressed. Well, I'm thankful though, since I won't have to hear his fishing stories for a while. To tell you the truth, I'm the one that lost the fish detector. I made a mistake and put it in the tuxedo pocket, then sent it off to the cleaners on the foundation. But don't tell my husband, okay? I don't know what he'd do if he found out. Okay. Fish detector. In tuxedo at cleaners. I have a feeling fishing is going to be a mini game. I don't know how these people engage in fishing, though. Okay, so we can go in there. Talk to me. What a sign. Who else is out here? Hey, you there. You better be more careful or you're gonna hit something. Oh, man, I did it again. Oh, well, I got so many dents and scratches already, no one will notice another one. Oh, you weren't watching, were you? What? That ship's yours? Oh, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Just leave it to us. Freaking Looney Tunes. So we have another save point here. Interesting. What's the matter? Why the long face? Take a look at these people. All the people here either escaped from the Miltian conflict 14 years ago, or recently ran away from the Gnosis phenomenon. But even after all they've been through, they're living as best they can. I also come here when things start getting to me. You see, seeing everyone's faces makes me feel like I gotta keep going. You people better do your best too. Well, you're awfully optimistic, aren't you? Oh. There's a weird spot for a cutscene. Oh, it's Cherenkov getting beat up. Yay! Can we just cheer them on? Kick him in the face!
You Federation scum!
Oh. What the heck was that? Okay, so that was just like a little parallel edit as we're making progress through the port and getting closer, I see. So Cherenkov is getting beat up by some ruffians and a glowing rune-like symbol appears on his forehead. Okay, let me go back this way and check out these interiors. Gobi is so ready for me to tell her that it's food time. They're so mean to the little guy at this time of day. Oh, thank you, Smash. They know that they get to eat when he's done, so they're like so impatient with like getting him. They're like waiting for me to get him started because they know that they don't get to eat until he's done. And then as soon as he starts eating, they're just like staring at him and like circling him and pacing around and like trying to hurry him up. Oh, hello, tourists. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, right. There's no way tourists would be visiting a place that was forsaken by the government. Besides, there aren't any tourist attractions here. But all these people here are good people. Of course, including me. What? You're looking for a soldier? You've got to be kidding. I don't know anything about a good-for-nothing soldier. Well, I wouldn't tell you even if I did. He's probably lying dead in some alleyway. Public officials and military people are trash. Trash! No better than trash. Okay, so I guess just the basic implication is that the people here hate the military because they're refugees from the Miltian conflict, which was probably caused or perpetrated by the military? What is it? Turn and cough. Hey, you're not the doctor. Not very nice of you trying to play tricks on an old man. What? No? Comb under? What? Did I drop my comb somewhere? Oh, it's okay. I have lots of spares. Oh, is there a comb around here? Oh, an email. Yes? Shion speaking. Pac-Man is back! What? Excuse me? Pac-Man is back, y'all. I'm gonna open a prediction for the next ad break. Mario vs. Kirby. 2 minutes to get your points in. Current score is 3-2 in favor of Mario. It's been a very close matchup. So I'd say the odds are about 50-50. Okay, this year Namco is commemorating its 1500th year anniversary of the popular video game hero Pac-Man. 1500th anniversary. This is so hilarious and meta. Pac-Man, and will simultaneously be launching the sale of the Dream Vision game Pac-Man World 1500. You can check out the new Pac-Man game, which includes exciting new gameplay and adventures rich in original content of the eternally popular game at the latest Encephareeks Fair. Of course, his charm is completely captured in the gameplay and innovative design concepts. This game is sure to delight fans and a new generation of users alike. That's so awesome. Did this game come out before Pac-Man World 2? Yeah, this is the second time we've had an email about a different Namco game. Also crazy that Automod grabbed Shill. That is a very high level of alert. Yeah, what was the other one that we got a notification about? I've already forgotten. It was a much lesser known game than Pac-Man. Pac-Man World 1500 is so funny, though. Where's your comb, dude? Do I need your comb for something? We know that finding random unmarked items is a thing in this game now, so that's a little unsettling. Ludi used to live in Ariadne until just recently, but when the planet disappeared, she moved to the colony. Her mother and father disappeared with the planet, so she lives with the doctor now. Huh, so other people know about this planet just disappearing. That's pretty wild and unsettling. Alright, the little guy is pretty much done, and the ad is about to start, so I'm going to go ahead and run it, and go feed the puppies and get him all set. We're going to see if he can hang out with us again for a little bit, now that he's had a bit of a nap and is less cranky. See you in a few minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! 3, 2, 1. Time up. This game's winner is Mario.
All right, we're back. Mario's got another one. So that makes it 4-2. My scorecard was a little bit out of date on screen there. Sorry about that. We'll get it all caught up. 4-2 is our new score after 6 rounds. Mario establishing a little bit of a lead again. But it looks like this one was just as close as all of the other ones were, only separated by 1 TKO. Mario temporarily moving back into 3rd place with that win as well. Eid, welcome in. Xenosilk indeed. Alright, I think we're ready to get back to it. Scores are updated. Here we go. The little guy's going to be very chatty right now, so just a fair warning. He tends to be very chatty right after he eats. He's going to be our soundtrack while we have no music in this UMN port. Please stay in your seat until your name is called. This really is just like a doctor's office. It's kind of wild. Condition good. I guess this is me. This is Shion. Oh no, I think I gained a little weight. Oh god, Shion, please. What are we doing? I like that I can just go in, though. Right into this supply closet. Definitely a restricted area. It's okay. I'm a scientist. Just behind the counter. Goodness, someone injured. Or someone with an acute illness? We don't need anyone here except the sick. Go on, get out of here. Wait, what is she talking about? Hey, please don't come in here without permission. Cherenkov? You're looking for a soldier? Then you'd better give up and leave the colony right away. If you don't, you won't get away scot-free either. Back when this place was a Realian nursery, the military treated everyone here horribly. That's why they're overly sensitive about the military. And the government. Okay, so when it was a nursery, everyone got to kind of see firsthand how poorly the military treated the Realians. Okay, got it. Then once the Realians had their big civil rights moment, the people here see them more as humans. Got it. Oh, are you okay? You seem very tired. I could treat you if you'd like. Not to worry, this is a hospital after all. Treat, don't treat. Who wouldn't choose treat? I gotta screenshot this. This is a good one for the folder. Just a little treatment as a treat. I'm assuming this just heals me. Free healthcare in Xenosaga, at least. At least we've made that much progress in 2,500 years. Poor little thing. Such a darling girl. She went through such an awful tragedy, and now she can't talk. The doctor here is a quack, so he can't even cure her. What's the use of being a doctor if you can't cure a little girl? Who the heck are you guys? If you need treatment, take a seat and wait for your turn. Sheesh, with the world the way it is, there are so many injured. I have no time to rest. It is funny that we've just wandered back here. And they're like, who are you? What are you doing? Here's Ludi. So she won't talk. And everybody knows about it. She's staring at this nice art piece. Okay. Have fun in there. That's all that's going on in here, huh? We didn't find the old guy's comb. What? That's not it? Go under chair and cough? Oh, he's making a joke about Cherenkov. I see. I didn't pick up on that the first time. All right, let's go next door to the... What did it say? Please talk to me? Or come talk to me? Talk to me! That's wild. Are those guns? Are those pictures of guns on the wall? Maybe they're ships. Say, have you heard about the planet disappearance incident? Yes, I have. But I want you to talk about it, so should I say no? The truth of that incident is still a mystery. I can't believe that a planet could disappear without a trace. Okay, cool. I can just say the other thing. A planet called Ariadne completely disappeared. The Federation government still doesn't know the cause of it, and the people who disappeared with the planet are still missing too. Some think it's the work of Gnosis. In any case, it's a terrible incident. Okay, I'm going to write this down, actually, because I wasn't expecting it. Most people seem to know about Ariadne and agree that it has disappeared and was not destroyed. And it's really odd how calm everyone is about it. You're like, oh yeah, this entire population of this planet is now all missing persons. Huh. Look at this little guy. Oh, this is the same girl. We went through some awful times during the war. The establishment of the Miltian Charter after the war was our saving grace. It would have been wrong to treat the Realians like murderers. Oh yeah, I heard that the charter passed through Parliament because the executive committee director of the Federation government at the time pushed it through. The executive committee director at the time? I don't know, I think it was some bigwig from a large corporation. Oh, so this was probably Joachim Mizrahi. Very interesting. It's possible that oh wait, not a pink marker. Joachim Mizrahi was the big wig from a large corporation that pushed the Realian Charter through 14 years ago. This could also be Kevin. Maybe it's Kevin. Or the director. I think that's a lot less likely, though. The selection here is the best in the dock colony. I can even get my grandkids' diapers here. The world's certainly become a convenient place. Oh, same thing. Talk to me. That's such a crazy name for your shop. Welcome. We have everything from eggs, beam cannons to toilet paper. There's nothing you can't get here. That's incredible. That does really seem like it covers the full gamut. So these are our same selection of basic items. We've got some new weapons. New missile pod for Ziggy. We have a battle rod for Momo. And some gloves for Chaos. And then a bunch of new armor. I guess it's not that much. This is expensive, though, if we want to get all this stuff. And then a bunch of eggs parts, which I'm just, like, not even engaging with. Because it scares me. And accessories. I want to see if I can sell this iron scrap. It's a barter item. See, I think I meant to just sell these, but it might have another use further down the line. So until I, like, absolutely need the money, I guess I'll just keep hoarding them. Alright. Well, we'll remember that that's there. Oh, that's you again. I'm sorry. Oh, this goes down. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. Let's check this out. To the basement. Another punchy purple guy. Will you talk to me? Oh, I can blow up all your stuff. Cool. And then I can come talk to you. A new door. Segment address number 2. I like finding a door in a place because it means that you'll be able to come back. I feel like it means that you'll be able to come back. I guess unless the key that you find for that door is in that place as well. So maybe not necessarily. Are you enjoying life? What? This guy's name is Jank. Brother, what? He's scary. He's like Danny DeVito Penguin from Batman Returns energy. It'd be cool to see the Penguin reinterpreted in purple, though. I feel like that would be pretty cool. Maybe we'll get to see that in the new Batman. I can't wait, dude. I'm so stoked. Are those bullets or pencils? I feel like those are bullets. I think Matt Reeves' Batman is like far and away the best Batman universe we've ever gotten. I couldn't be happier with it. Well, as far as like cinematic Batman universes, you know, for movies and TVs. I'm not a comic expert, so I can't speak to that. I've read like one Batman comic. But Matt Reeves' Batman universe is like exactly what I want from Batman. I think it's fantastic. So I'm really excited for the next movie. I thought the Penguin series was incredible television. So I think it bodes very well for what they're setting up in the second movie. It also seems like Matt Reeves just has a way better sensibility of how like a multimedia universe can work versus some of the other people that at DC that have been working on that. Okay, we're gonna call this save file. Wait, was that? Shoot, I think it was 33. I'm gonna have to look again. I think it was 33. We'll call this Explore first half. Dock colony. No, that's 32. Okay. Alright, let's see how much more of this area there really is. I can't tell how big this place is going to be. Oh, I don't think I actually talked to this guy. What? Have I seen a commander wandering around? Hey, this is the wrong place to be talking about the military. Don't you know anything? They came and destroyed everything without discrimination, just because this was a Realian nursery. Military and public officials are the scum of mankind. They started the war on their own and then dragged us into it. It's because of those good-for-nothings that I live like this now. Don't you give up? I told you I don't know. Your commander person is probably dead in some ditch. Soldiers don't die decent deaths around here. Dang. They're making it very clear, aren't they? Can I go in here? No. Hello, are you here on business? Not that we have anything worth seeing here, but please make yourselves at home. Oh, I haven't seen you around here before. Can I help you with something? Commander Cherenkov, so you're looking for a soldier? Are you an idiot or something? Looking for a soldier on this colony? You must be insane. After the conflict on Milsha, public officials and military people treated us like garbage and abandoned us in this remote region. Everyone here hates government officials. If you claim to be friends with a soldier, you better watch your back. We're not friends with him, he sucks. Mechanic Man. Sheesh, planets vanishing, Gnosis appearing, the universe is becoming a chaotic place. With all this commotion, I don't have any time to rest. But then again, thanks to that, I can put food on the table. Federation sure is awful. As soon as the war was over, they didn't care about anything else. They didn't even give one thought to the people like us, who went through terrible times. But I guess thanks to that, we get to do whatever we please. Yeah, that's an interesting arrangement. Like, they hate the military, and they are in a super remote region, so that the military just kind of keeps their distance, which they like, but it also means that they don't have a lot of resources. Oh, Shion! It's terrible! It's terrible! In the thug, the alleyway is beat up all commander! Wow. Hammer, I can't understand you at all. Calm down a little. There's no time to calm down. Come on, hurry. Come this way, quickly. I do not want to save Cherenkov. I want to just watch him get beat up. I want to cheer the thugs on. Oh. So his sleeper cell activated and he killed them all.
Shion, we must get these people to a hospital at once. They're still alive, but barely hanging on.
I'll go call an ambulance.
Great. This is really going to help public perception of the military.
This is terrible. Where's Commander Cherenkov?
I'm detecting a faint heat signature heading toward the dock. It most likely belongs to the commander.
Commander.
That's enough.
But, Commander! Are you okay?
Yeah.
What happened?
I got cornered by some street punks. But they started fighting amongst each other, so I ran away during the commotion.
Yeah.
You got cornered?
It's all right. It's really not that bad.
Oh, yeah.
Not true. won't let me.
I'm sorry. It's just, I'm not a big fan of nanosurgery.
You prefer natural healing?
No, that's not what I mean.
What?
Momo, I need your help over here. I haven't had a tune-up since the battle on Proloma. Some of my parts may be a little worn out.
Okay. All systems are working within their normal parameters.
I'm behind on my regular maintenance. This body's getting pretty old.
Not at all. But you know, you may be better off if Shion were to look you over.
He wants to tell her something.
You may find this funny, but even with a body like this, I still feel uncomfortable about a young woman working on me.
But there are plenty of human female doctors, aren't there?
Well, I'm embarrassed of this patchwork mechanical body. I'm being silly, aren't I?
But you're all right with me because I'm not human?
That's not what I meant. It's just that I feel comfortable around you, but that's probably because of the purity of your heart. And not because I see you as an object.
Thank you.
That was pretty good, I guess, Ziggy.
How I envy you.
Huh?
No, it's nothing.
Oh, interesting. Okay, implications.
I wonder if the commander's really all right. He's been acting strangely ever since we boarded the Elsa.
Oh. Did something happen to him when he got grabbed by that Gnosis? Okay, we're back. I'm gonna write now. So he's flashing back to when he was grabbed by the Gnosis and his forehead rune glows again. And then my question is gonna be what changed with him when that happened? You know, maybe he has this like sleeper cell thing that's normally only in like Realians or other androids, and it got like implanted in him by the Gnosis or something. You know, maybe like Margulis sent that Gnosis there so that he could have further control over him if he chose to defy him or something. You know, there's all kinds of theories we could craft from that. I'm just going to highlight my questions that I wrote down really quick so that I can quickly reference them later. The other one that I had was when Cherenkov says, "I envy you." It was kind of unclear if he was talking to Momo or Ziggy. And there's a lot you could infer there. Like, if he's saying, "I envy you" to Ziggy, it could mean that he is also some kind of like mix of human and something else, and he wishes he had the rigidity and the resolve of Ziggy because he doesn't, and he's kind of like a mixed up, messy coward. Or if he's talking to Momo when he says, "I envy you," you know, he could be talking about something different entirely. He could be talking about how she's like
nice and warm to everyone, and he doesn't trust anyone, you know, and she has a more narrow, binary, perhaps, worldview of, like, right and wrong. And he's all mixed up and messy. But the party, the big thing there is that the party doesn't learn that he beat up those people with, like, special powers or whatever. Oh, we got another email. And this one's required reading, apparently. Yay! We're vindicated! A new map has been added to the EVS environmental simulator, the UTIC battleship. Excellent. Email will be sent as newly accessible maps are added. So we can go back there and get that item now. We're gonna do that post-haste, immediately. Oh yeah, I forgot to pay out the prediction. Let's see what y'all thought. Ooh, unfortunate. The Kirby Leavers are gonna lose their points. Alright, so I gotta go back up to the bridge. See if we can find James Brown. And we're gonna go in the EVS and go back to the UTIC battleship and go open up that DOA. That red DOA. And it's actually probably a good time for me to go ahead and run another ad to get us back on the hour. We have to do that at some point, so I'll do that in a few minutes. Yo, what's up, Chris? How are you? Welcome in. Happy Friday if it's your Friday. And that goes for all of you. Happy Friday, dang it. To those who celebrate. Okay. So we're going to go in here. Oh, but we're not going to save. We'll save after we do this. To the UMN. To the EVS. To the UTIC battleship. Okay, another thing that would be cool to do here is experiment with changing characters. Can I just change characters at any time while I'm out and about? Looks like I can. I also like that I can take Shion out of my party. That's pretty cool. So I can just run around, and I can also change my lead character, which I noticed a long time ago, but I haven't taken advantage of. But now that I'm without Shion in my party, I feel compelled to select a lead character. So now I can run around as Cosmos. What's bothering you, Nima? Is there stormy weather out there? Okay, I remember the layout of this place pretty well. So it shouldn't take too long to find this door. Especially if there's no encounters here. That's unexpected. Oh, hello. There's one.
All battle systems are go.
Do da dee da do do da dee da do da dee da do da da. Yeah, mandatory lead characters is definitely an issue in a lot of games. I would say in most games that I've played, it's not a problem. In some games, it is definitely actually a problem. And then I would also say there's a large number of games where it isn't a problem, but the game would be better if it wasn't a factor. You know? And there's definitely a small number of games where a forced lead makes sense in the narrative.
I guess there's no choice but to fight.
After we get back from this little sojourn, I'll probably look at some skills. We've probably got a good repository of points to spend. Well. This little guy's gonna walk any day now, y'all. He's standing up all the time. He's got the strength. His balance is pretty good. It's gonna happen at some point. Blech. These guys have 150, I remember that. I need to get the scan ability on somebody besides Shion.
The enemies have been exterminated.
Boom, boom. I don't know if I would say that mechanic got phased out in the PS2 era, Shane. I feel like that's definitely still the standard and the norm. But what you might mean is that they started bucking the trend during this era. Like, it was pretty much the only way you could play an RPG up until around this time. And then there started being more games where that wasn't a thing. And you could actually take the lead character out of your party for non-story reasons. Do de do da do di da do di da do ba be go.
All systems clear.
But there's also games like Legend of Dragoon. Legend of Dragoon is actually a great example. There's a lot of games where you have a forced lead character, but the lead character is also like the best character in combat. So it kind of like doesn't matter. But it also kind of like plays into itself, right? Like the rest of your party rotates, but the lead character's always there, so inevitably they're at a higher level, and so they kind of become the strongest character by consequence. And then they become kind of like indispensable. Where's this red door? I thought I knew where it was, but apparently I don't.
I guess there's no choice but to fight.
That's okay, we'll rack up some points for these folks. Be-doom, boom, 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 boom. Be-doo, ba, boom, ba-da, boom, be-da. Be-doo-doo. More scrap iron. Oh, hello. Don't worry, it's just me, Cosmos. You think Dart is a bottom 3 character in combat? I think that's a crazy take, Shane. Maybe for personal preference, but like, he's like extremely straightforward to use and is really powerful. His additions are good. His Dragoon stuff is good. Like, that's kind of wild. Also, like, making the case for Shauna is like a very, like, niche thing. to do. Like, we all know that, like, basically nobody used her on their casual playthrough. Or, like, back in the day, because she didn't have the additions, and it took time for people to discover, like, oh, well, if you use her in this certain way, she's, like, actually the best character or whatever. So I feel like if you were going to argue that she's the best character, you could maybe say that you're technically correct, but... I mean, come on. I think the characters are pretty balanced in LOD, personally. But I think the game would just be more fun if you could swap him out of the party, you know? Lord Drip Drop, welcome in. Yes, we are talking LOD. We were talking about how most RPGs force you to use a lead character, like the whole game, and you often can't swap them out of the party. And how during the PS2 era, they started to mess with that trend a little bit, and there were games where you could take them out. Because we're currently doing that in this game, where we took the lead character out of our party. It's always a welcome change. And then that got us on Dragoon, because it forces you to use Dart the whole game. Alright, I truly don't remember where this red door is, apparently, so I'm gonna have to just search every inch of the ship. Okay, good to remember that there's another exit point here. Even Alan is the lead? Yeah. I'm all for an ensemble cast, especially like a true ensemble cast. A lot of people throw that term around kind of flippantly. No, this is a first playthrough, Lord Drip Drop. I don't know anything about the series. I'm a first timer, so please be careful talking about anything related to the game. I'm pretty strict when it comes to spoilers. I consider mechanical things to be spoilers, world building, lore, any of that. I'm fine talking about anything that's happened up to this point in the game, obviously. As long as it's not like foreshadowing or like leading questions. When I complete the series, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to get back in touch like 8 years from now. When I finally make it through Xenosaga 2 and 3. Dum bum bum bum. We'll see, though. We'll see what chat wants to do. Chat will have the option to make me play 2 immediately after this one. And we'll see if they all vote for it. It'll be up to you all. No. Leave me alone. Okay. At least I got away from that guy. Alright, please don't turn around immediately. Yeah, go that way. Yeah, I can kind of go either way, SNES. Also, what's up? I could kind of go either way. Like, I see the pros and cons of both. Like, I'm a big fan of the palette cleanser. But it definitely is very case by case for me. Like, this is definitely a very big and very dense game. But the nature of it being a continuous series definitely, like, sways some things in the other direction for me. You know, like, I definitely see some merits in, like, immediately jumping into part 2. Obviously, I would be super worried about, like, fatigue. But that also depends on the series, too. Like, I know I know enough about this series to know that each of the 3 games are pretty different. So I think there'd be like a lot of new elements to address potential fatigue. You're too lazy to make 20 alts to rig the vote? Well, that's good to know. I totally support people doing like campaigning and electioneering for a game that they want to win. You know, if they want to spam it in chat and say, hey, vote for this, or if they want to post in Discord like, hey, this game is really great, make Austin play it, I'm totally behind that. But yeah, don't rig it. That's a big no-no. We've never had to worry about that before. But yeah, I mean, the way I set up the polls for my new games, I'm always going to be happy no matter what wins. I don't want to set it up in such a way where I'm going to be bummed if a certain game wins. Because that would be super counterintuitive. I got to set it up so that I win no matter what. It's always going to be a game that I want to play. And I think if I was like really, really gung-ho about it and like dead set on it, I would feel comfortable just being like, hey guys, no poll this time. We're going right into this game. I mean, I did that when we played Suikoden 2. But that's the only time I've ever done that. You know, when we started Suikoden 1, I was like, yeah, Suikoden 2 will be on the next poll. But by the time we got to the end of Suikoden 1, it's like, we should just play 2 right now. We should just play it right now. And then we did. But I've never circumvented the poll since then. It's the only time we've done that. Yeah, and 1 was a pretty short game too. It was like 8 streams or something like that. I think it's the shortest RPG that I've streamed. Except for maybe Secret of Mana. That one was really short too. Where's this dang door? Oh. Hello. You're... What? I thought I was going to be able to talk to this guy. Ace Pilot. Uh-oh, is this like a boss? This must have been... This is the guy that was being cornered by the Realians before that wouldn't talk. And we couldn't interact with them before. This is really weird and interesting. I hope he's not, like, super strong. That's pretty strong. Okay, we might have a fight on our hands here. Maybe G is for gun enemies. Maybe it's beam and gun. Might be worth trying. Probably better to just buff myself, though. P attack. I think little guy's about ready for another nap. He's giving me the signs. Let's see. Let's do a heal with Chaos, since we know he gets to go next. Oh, I'm all rhetorical, Drip Drop. I will make it abundantly clear if I'm actually asking a question that I want chat to answer, otherwise just ignore me. The only reason I ask questions out loud is just so that y'all know what I'm thinking. Okay, let's do a ether here. Nice. Okay, I don't know why I don't have 6 here. Oh, because I did ether last turn. So we'll charge up. And then we could do this ice spell, but it's probably not worth it. Let's just do a full combo here. I said I was going to run an ad at 3, but I missed the window, so we'll just wait till 3:30 now. Oh, he has an eggs. Oh, God. Okay. Yikes. What a surprise. And he's going to go 3 times in a row here. Holy moly. Okay. All right. Wow, what a surprise. Immediately. Yeah. Immediately. Okay, well, our last save was actually not right before we did that, because I said we were going to save after we did it. So we may have to do a couple of things again. Yeah, that did have, like, scripted loss energy. Okay, yeah, so we're actually back on the dot colony. We gotta skip through a couple of those scenes. No big deal. You knew that this would happen? Shane with the precog. Okay. So we came down here, we talked to all these people. Let me just match through. Good job, Nima. Nima just barked at the baby without realizing that that's what she was barking at. She thought she was hearing something downstairs, but it was just him plopping onto the floor right next to her. What a dummy. Now she's down there trying to investigate. Can't figure out why she doesn't see or hear anything anymore. Good job, Nima. Great job. And then she grunts irritably. Alright, we can't skip this. We can only skip the full-blown voiced scenes. So just gotta mash through. Alright, we can skip this.
That's enough.
And then we can skip this. So yeah, strong implications that Cherenkov is not human, or that he was implanted with something when the Gnosis gave him the suck. Nima, my goodness. All right, let me drop a save here so that doesn't happen again. Or actually, I'll just save when we get up to the EVS point. Oh yeah, and then here's our Pac-Man email again. Or no, this is the one about the UTIC battleship, right? We already got the Pac-Man email. Hell yeah, brother. All right, we got to hoof it back upstairs. Yeah, your turn's coming here in a minute, little man. I can tell. You're doing a great job. Sleepy today, huh? This would be the first day in a while that he's taken 2 big naps. Usually just takes 1. And sometimes he'll take like a little one. He'll either take a big early and a little late, or a little early and a big late. But he usually just does the big late. But today I think it's going to be a double-double. Oh, Hammer's over here. Let me talk to Hammer again, actually. He probably has new dialogue. Looks like the repairs are done, so we'll be leaving port soon. The captain's on the bridge, and he's pretty irritated right now. So if you need to take care of shopping, you better do it quickly. Oh, okay, cool. So he's letting us know if we want to do anything else at the port, we should do it now. Although it'll probably show up as a EVS environment later. Okay, so let's drop a save right here. Save slot number 33. And I think we're going to have to go to the other two places again. Yeah, number 33. Listen to him go. Okay, so this is going to be pre-EVS, still at Dock Colony. Alright, I like that it shows all of our characters on the thing there too, and not just who's in our party. I'm going to switch around the party in the same way that I did before, because I just want to spread the love around. Momo's way behind. Cosmos is a little behind. Alright, and now we can do... Or wait, we already saved. Now we can go EVS. Thanks for hanging out, Ghosty. Appreciate ya. See y'all next time. I'll be back on Sunday with the lady with a sub-goal stream if you want to tune in for some point and click. I don't normally stream on Sunday, only when the sub-goal is met. And that goes for all of you. Actually, let me check really quick. And I guess there's no way that I've already done this, but let me just double check. We've got to go back to... Oh, we did get the other ones. Okay. Okay, cool. I don't remember these being read before. Okay, so we just have to go to Utic. We don't have to do the Woglinde again. Just the Utic battleship. Okay. Cool. I did the wrong thing. All right, we'll get another prediction open here for the ad. Mario versus Kirby. 2 minutes if you want to make a wager. Mario is up 4-2 now, but it still feels very 50-50 on the odds. Every single one of the matches has been either sudden death or 1 point away from sudden death. It's been very close. All right, Momo. We're going to make a beeline to where we just were. We're going to avoid that pilot guy, because I'm assuming we can come back here at any time and fight him. I do not remember where this red door is, though. But we're running out of places where it could be. So we're going to make sure that we don't talk to the ace pilot. While we check the rest of these rooms. So he's in this room right here. Right? Yeah, we don't mess with him. He's just standing there. So odd. And then this is the room where we got the key for the red door. And then this just loops around and there's a robot over there that I don't want to deal with. So it must be over this way. Well, this is just the bridge, right? I think this is just the bridge. Yeah, so we have another exit point here on the bridge. Nothing to see here. Where is this dang red door? Why don't I remember? Let me make sure it's not over here. Oh, not where I meant to go. But actually, maybe it is that way. Shoot the man. Why can't I shoot people with this thing? Okay. These guys have 100 and these guys have 150. Oh, nice. Nice, Momo. Thought she was going to do like 10, like she normally does. Alright, you can do 150 for sure. Oh, maybe not. Alright, well, Cosmos can do 150. Okay, Momo can finish off this guy. And there's 100 for you. I didn't realize you could just cut them off at the end of battle like that. It's really funny. Okay, I gotta run this ad. And put the little guy in his nap spot. And we'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! 2, 1. Time up. From that. Go! Game set. This game's winner is Mario.
All right, welcome back, folks. Welcome back, Zine. You entered during ads, and you came back just in time to see more ads. Congratulations. Mario wins again. He's kind of running away with it here. It went to sudden death. The odds are still super close, but Mario keeps edging it out. These last couple of rounds here. So 5-2 now. He's at game point. 1 away from clinching the matchup, but we will still do all 11 rounds. Whew, man, I ate some more of those spicy Pringles from yesterday. I swear they're getting hotter. Those things are hot, man. They're really hot. I'm actually surprised that they don't have like a mild warning on the tube. Those could definitely harm some people. Oh my goodness. What is going on down there? We're in that window of time where, like, the lady could come home, and so the puppies go into this, like, high alert mode, where they think every sound is her pulling into the driveway. Because that's how they react when she comes home, too. Like, they react as if, like, a murderer has entered the building. So they're just on, like, high alert. They're just sitting there listening for any sound. And every sound must be the thing that they're expecting. So if, like, the little guy in his crib, like, kicks the crib and it hits the wall, they're like, that's it, that's her. Or if I, like, you know, elbow the couch in a weird way that makes, like, a low thud, or somebody shuts a car door outside, like, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's between, like, 3 and 6 p.m., unless she's home already, that's the kind of reaction we're gonna get. But yeah, the more I taste those chips, I realize that they're very hot, but also, I've been able to, like, understand the flavor profile a little bit more, and I realized that what they taste like is they actually share some flavor profile with, like, a barbecue chip on top of the, like, super spicy tomatillo vibe. And the lady tried them yesterday too, and the best way we thought to describe them was that it tastes like you're eating a piece of, like, smoked brisket with a spicy tomatillo sauce on it. They're very good tasting chips. They're hot though. They're freaking hot. How was Dr. Death? Dr. Death was very good. It couldn't have been a much more straightforward experience. My nose is running from the chips. I would say it tastes like a stevia Dr. Pepper. It tastes like a Dr. Pepper sweetened with stevia. It was very good. I'm a fan. Definitely would get it again. The cola, I don't know if I'll get it again. I might get, like, re-curious about it, though. It's a very unique experience. Where is the red door? Shh. He can't open doors, right? He can't open doors, but he can, like, track to me from outside. That's so funny. And now we just slip out while he's over there. That's just where we opened up the number 4 door. Where is this dang red door? Why don't I remember where this was? I'll just wait for him to run by again. What are you doing, dude? Oh, okay, here he goes. It's weird how he can detect me when I'm just standing there. Like, you wouldn't think he'd be able to see me. Guess I need to stand away from the door a little bit. So he keeps going. There we go. There were 2 guys hidden in here. I remember them. Glad they're not there again. And this is where we started. I don't think the red door is before this point. The problem is a lot of these screens look the same. So this goes down to the eggs hanger. This was the room that the save point was in. I don't feel like the red door is going to be inside of another room. It's going to be, you know, off of a major hallway. No, Nima. Hush. God. Now they're also doing this really annoying thing where one of them is up here with me and the other one is downstairs. So that means if one of them barks at some random thing, the other one barks because they hear the other one barking. And there's no, like, filtration. You know, like, if they're both next to each other, one of them might bark at something, but then the other one's like, wait, I didn't hear anything. What are you barking at? And if the other one doesn't bark, the first one will kind of, like, calm down and be like, oh, I guess it was nothing. You know, they're like Metal Gear Solid 3 NPCs. But if they're on opposite sides of the house and one of them barks at something, the other one just assumes that it's real and present danger. And they're like, oh my god, what is it? And then, you know, they both are, like, barking at each other across the house, even though it's nothing. It's so frustrating. This is my life every day between 3 and 6. Unless, you know, the lady comes home. And then they calm down. Well, we know it's not in this hallway. I'll just triple remind myself that it's not in this same room where I got the key. Yeah, it's not in here. So it either has to be down past the eggs hanger or, like, along this hallway that I've been avoiding. But we've already walked this hallway, so I'm pretty sure that's not it. I don't remember how much health these guys have. I think it's like 180. Have I thought about being a teacher? No, never. I definitely couldn't do it. I'm a pretty patient person when it comes to most things, but I don't think I could do it. I could, like, I can only teach in, like, very specific scenarios. Like, I've taught guitar before. I had to teach as part of my music curriculum. I feel like I actually hear a person outside that they might be barking at. Maybe I'm just hearing the little guy in the other room. And maybe they are too. Yeah, there's somebody outside my house talking, so they're freaking out about it. I don't think there's any danger. I think there's just like somebody walking or talking. Yeah, I think I definitely have a capacity like to teach things. I definitely have those like reflexes and instincts. Like I'm a good explainer. I'm good at like taking information and like restating it in a way that like a certain person can understand. But I think I could only do it in like in a vacuum. You know, I don't have those like I couldn't like control or corral a room of children. You know, I wouldn't have the patience or the wherewithal to do that. If they were somehow like perfect children that just only wanted to listen and learn, you know, I could speak in a way that they would understand and teach them something. But, you know, I couldn't actually do all the things that teachers do. I could do the teaching part, but I couldn't do any of the other things that teachers do. You take naps every day? I mean, that sounds nice. But I'm also not good at taking naps. My body is very bad at sleeping. And I'm unfortunately not able to supplement with naps. For the same reason. Okay, is this a different hallway? I think this is the same hallway. I'm getting so turned around in here. I can't believe I haven't found this door yet. When you get home from work, gotcha. 4 times a year they showed you that movie? That's wild. I mean, I could definitely see how you could get away with that one time as a history teacher, but multiple times a year is pretty wild. But yeah, I think I could teach. I think I could definitely teach like other adults, or like near adults. I could teach anyone who is like, you know, a good student, I guess. I could say in less specific terms. Especially like one-on-one. But I think that's the only, like, I could never actually do it as a profession. Yeah, I couldn't do it with young children. No way. No way. I don't have it in me. All right. It has to be through here somewhere. I don't know where else it could be. So I'm just going to clear this area out. But yeah, I was a tutor in college for music theory, and I was a TA for music theory. And I enjoyed most of that. I was good at it. But like, in those scenarios, the only people that were coming to you were people that wanted to learn something. You know, I wasn't having to like get up in front of a room of people who didn't want to be there and wanted to be like anywhere else, you know, and try to get them interested in something and take something away from it. That's what I definitely don't have the capacity to do. If you want to learn something and you're coming to me to learn it, and I know about it, you'll learn, you know, I'll teach you good. But that's a very specific set of constraints. One assignment for English where you had to do was pick a song, read the lyrics, and then play it for the class. You picked Eyes on Me? You are a brave person, Shane. You are a brave person in grade 9 to play Eyes on Me for your English class. You're a braver man than I. We had a project like that in early high school too. I'm pretty sure it was for speech class, where you had to get up in front of the class and read the lyrics to a song and explain what the song meant or what it meant to you, like as a speech. Definitely did the exact same thing. I remember reading the lyrics to Led Zeppelin's The Ocean. And trying to explain it to the class. Eyes on Me is wild. That's a wild choice. Even if that was my favorite song in the world in grade 9, I don't know if I would have been caught dead playing it for my class. Yeah, these guys suck. They respawn so fast. We're getting our EXP though, I guess. We're getting everybody caught up and balanced, which is good. Even though that's not what we're here for. We're just here for one frickin' treasure chest. Would not be surprised at all if there's a no encounters item in this game, or an ability, or equipment, or something like that. But I bet it is not on the... I bet it's off the beaten path. You wanted to pick a song you knew no one else had heard? I mean, I guess so, but... still. I knew nobody else in my class had listened to Led Zeppelin The Ocean. There were actually probably more people in that classroom that had heard Eyes on Me than the Led Zeppelin song I picked. Because there were some gamers in my grade. So just going through that door makes those guys respawn, which blows. Yeah, we already came down here and checked both of these rooms. I'm just forgetting where I've been before. I guess I could be sneaky and like warp out of here. Where is this door though? Like, I'm so confused. Is it at like the very beginning? In that one screen that was like on the Durandal? Because I can't think of where else it would have been. We've walked the whole map. Like twice. Let me try something. I'm going to jump out of here. And then jump back in. So that it puts me in the other spot. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Ba-ba-da-da-ba. Okay. Let's try this again. First, I want to see if I can go up here. I can't go up here. Okay, so it's definitely not up there. That's good to know. Nothing back here. Check that the first time we came here. Can't go over here. It's not down this hallway. Okay, and then this hallway is the booby trap hallway. Maybe it was behind a destructible object. And that's why I've missed it, because I haven't re-destroyed some of the destructible objects. It's not over here. This was a little puzzle where we could disable the lasers to not get an encounter. There was an encounter behind there. Brother, please. Can we not? Oh, we actually did get away. Okay. Let's see, what's your pattern like? Hello? He's just standing there. I guess he just moved back into position. So he just kind of stands down there. What's down this way, though? Because this leads to the number 3 door. This is the number 3 door. And then down here is the one room off to the left with the save point. Except it's not there anymore. And then down here is more UTIC guys. Is this the docking bay? No. This is the room that looks exactly like the other room. And the reason why I get so confused. So the room up here to the top goes to the bridge. And there's nothing else up there. We've already checked all this. There's no other rooms in this hallway. There's nothing in the bridge. That's not where the red door was. And then this is the U-shaped hallway. This is the top part. There's no enemies up here. And then these are the rooms where the ace pilot guy is, and the room where we got this key. And then if we go down here, the room to the right is the bottom half of that hallway. This is the other side of that hallway. There's nothing down there. And then this was the door number 5. And then this is the eggs hanger. And we already went all the way across here. And that's not what we're looking for. That's a dead-end hallway. So unless I can go... Unless this U-shaped hallway has another path down and to the right, I don't know what I'm missing. Because the previous path going down where that one guy was leads to that other one-way hallway that has the single little room and the guy that we can run away from or hide from. And then that's it. That's the whole map. So unless this door is behind a destructible object... I don't know where it is.
Please stand down. I don't want meaningless bloodshed.
I'm also really doubting that I walked up to this door when I was here the first time. Because I feel like after spending this much time here, I would have remembered where it is. Rocket Man. If I hadn't, the door wouldn't have been in your segment file. True. True. I wish there was like a full-fledged map. Soldier room. What does that mean? Soldier room. I mean, soldier room just makes me think that it's here, where the ace pilot guy is. Or I think it's the next room over, actually. But I know that it wasn't in there. And we can even check that. He's just standing over there. Oh, it is there! Oh my god. Okay, so this horrible abomination is blocking our way to that door that was behind a destructible object. Oh boy. Okay, well, I guess we can at least prepare for this. Let's get... Let's get set up here. So Shion and Chaos have eggs. But they're also, like, our healers. Well, this is probably the best time for us to, like, look at some attacks and stuff again. Some skill stuff. Because we haven't done this in a little while. Let's first think about who we want to use. I feel like we want to use... There's so many ways we could do this. Alright, let me look at everybody's ether really quick. See what we can do here. Not enough ether points to evolve either of my level 2 spells. So I could give her a few points, and then we could look at what those are to see if they're useful. Same with Cosmos. Chaos has what he has. So Momo has some type of attack ether waiting in the wings if we have a little bit more ether points. What about Ziggy? So what does Bodyguard do? Increase strength or defense when Momo is behind. Very cool, very situational. And then mid HP recovery. Okay. Yo, what's up, Pops? How are you? The curse is broken. Okay, let's look at our tech attacks. We know Cosmos has a new one. So it has to have at least one square button involved in order for it to be included. Is there any way to know how strong it is in comparison to the others? I guess we could guess based on, like, the cost to upgrade it. But that doesn't tell me a whole lot. Probably more important that it's a different type. It's a pierce type rather than a slash or beam type. Let's put it right here. Square triangle. We don't have a lot of tech points. And they're the most valuable ones. Okay, Xion also has a new spell, which I forgot about. Or a new tech attack. Different status effects by equipping cartridges. What? Excuse me? Interesting. Well, let's put it on the square, because that's going to be her weakest most of the time. Equipping cartridges. Is that like a literal accessory? Momo doesn't have a triangle option. That's interesting. How far have I gotten? Like compared to yesterday, or like percentage? I don't really know. I don't really know how far I've gotten. I know where I started today and where I am now. That's about all I could tell you. Compared to last time, we haven't done a whole lot today. We have not done a whole lot today, to be perfectly honest. We've gotten some important lore. And we're on a bit of a side mission right now. I might honestly just leave this on the table. After all this time. Looking for this door. Because that guy is really strong. And I could probably reasonably assume that that means he's guarding a really good item. But I think it's going to take, like, everything I've got in order to beat him right now, and I just don't think it's going to be worth it. So I'm going to leave. But at least now we definitely know where it is, and I know where to find it. And we know that it's not left behind. I'm still a little shaken as to how we would have gotten this when we were here the first time, though, because I don't know. I guess it's patently obvious how we would have gotten it. I just don't know how I didn't. I guess I found the door and then found the key and then was just distracted to the point where I didn't go back to the door. What a bummer. So what we're supposed to do right now is we're supposed to do anything that we want to do on the dock port before we go to the bridge and talk to Matthews, because he's ready to go. So the game's going to move forward once we go to the bridge and talk to Matthews. I don't know what else there is to do at the dock port. We found a red door. And there's a shop that has a bunch of good stuff. I guess I should go to the shop with everybody in my party, because there was a bunch of equipment. So let's go do that. I need to run the last ad break of the day, so let me pinch that off really quick. And we'll be back in about 3 minutes with the last hour of stream. Thank y'all for being here and bearing with me.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, another sudden death, but this one's for Kirby. He pulled it off this time. Man, this is a really close matchup. Really close matchup between Mario and Kirby. So the score 5-3 now. After 8 rounds. My on-screen score is way behind. Sorry. Let me fix that. There we go. 5-3. Still 3 more rounds to go. Can Kirby hold on and come up with the win? He would need to win 3 in a row. He would need to win all 3 of these final rounds in order to beat Mario. Can he do it? Definitely seems like it's anybody's game, but Mario's got the leg up currently, sitting at game point. But this is a pretty interesting matchup. Kirby, our 11th place character, versus Mario, our 3rd place character, but they're like dead even against each other. So Kirby appearing to be a bit of a foil against Mario. Ness is the only other character that's beaten Mario. So, pretty impressive. Okay, let's get back to the game. The other video game. So we're here at the port. There's a shop. It's got a bunch of new items and accessories. And the way that this equipment system works is a little bit cumbersome, so we have to like check everyone's equipment and see how the new equipment compares manually. The game doesn't do a great job of doing that for you. So, let's take a look here. So we've got weapons, and we've got armor and accessories. I don't really want to mess with the eggs parts. I'm just scared of all of this alphanumerical stuff. This just looks like a bunch of Wi-Fi passwords for sale. No thanks. So, okay, we have an attack +5 glove for Chaos. Attack +5 rod for Momo. And then a missile pod for Ziggy that says all. Does that mean it hits every enemy on the screen? Because if so, holy moly. But it doesn't have an attack rating. Okay, so we're just going to take that information right there. Why does it show Chaos with a vitality of 8? And everybody else is just all zeros? Okay, so now we're going to go into the menu and take a look at those 3 characters' equipment. Alright, Momo. Momo's Battle Rod is currently attack +3, so the new one would give her 2 additional points of attack. Not a ton. Chaos would also get 2 additional points of attack. And then for Ziggy... So this says all line beam, Ziggy's beam pod. What does all mean? Because this has never attacked every enemy on the screen. It's only attacked one enemy at a time. What does all mean? Alright, we're going into the manual. Maybe in the character battles screen? There's not an equipment page. There's items. There's a couple places we can check. Hold on. Boost, counter boost. Okay, no, not in there. Let's look at... No. Skills. Human. Nope, nothing in there. Man. Well, it doesn't look like this is explained, unless it's on the buying and selling items page. No. Everything else makes sense to me. There's like different types of attacks. And I feel like this might have been touched on at the very beginning of the game. But the information just seemed a little abstract because we hadn't done any battles yet. All/line/beam. It's very expensive as well. It's like a third of our money to buy that new weapon for him. So if it doesn't even increase his attack power, I don't know what to do. Okay, let's look at armor. We know that this is an upgrade for Cosmos, because I remember the other one is D Unit V2, and it was like plus 12 or something. But let's take a look at these again. So this is a plus 18, and it works for Chaos, Xion, and Momo. And then these are for Cosmos and Ziggy. 20 for Cosmos, 16 for Ziggy. It seems unlikely that these wouldn't be empirical upgrades, but I want to check before I spend the money. 18, 20, 16. Okay, and then the other three are accessories, right? Yes. Okay, so let's just look at these first three pieces of armor first. Okay, so Chaos, Xion, and Momo. So huge upgrade for Momo. And then a pretty good upgrade for... 50% upgrade for Xion and Chaos as well. So we're definitely going to buy those. And then Cosmos is going to get 6 points as well. And Ziggy's going to get like 15 points. Rockin'. Alright, let's buy those and equip them. And then we'll look at accessories. Okay, so we need 3 stylish armor. 1 of these. And 1 of these. Okay, the helmet is defense plus 4. And then these are status protect. Not super interested in those right now. Alright, so let's equip that armor, and then we'll take a look at how we might want to utilize the helmet. Okay. So I guess the helmet would be better than the protector. So anybody that's wearing an accessory that's just defense plus 2 might as well have the helmet instead, because they'd get 2 additional points. Or they need to switch to a status preventer. So yeah, all 3 of them could benefit from a helmet. We will have the HP information as long as we have Xion in the party. We could also have a different party and then have somebody inherit that skill. We don't have a lot in the way of status prevention, other than this lightning coat, which is just very situational. So maybe we will go for these helmets. Okay. 3 space helmets. And let's equip them. Isn't this exciting? Okay. Now we also have to look at, like, who do we think we want to use as a party? Maybe I shouldn't even bother thinking about that until we get to, like, the next stretch of the game, because the party might get split up. And I shouldn't get my heart set on something. Let me look at these weapons again, though. I don't think I care about the weapon for Momo. 2 attack points just is not worth it for her. And then Ziggy's I don't know what to think either, because it's so expensive and I don't understand what all means. I also don't understand what hit means. Chaos might be worth it, though, because I think it's going to give him 8 points of vitality on top of the 5 physical attack, if I'm understanding this correctly. I think that's why that's there. We do have some stuff that we can sell, but I'm going to just hoard until I'm backed into a corner. Oh, no, it doesn't affect his vitality at all. Huh. I don't know why that's there, then. And then I guess I can just top off my consumables. Also, she's lying. They don't sell toilet paper. Let's take a look at these here. I think we're actually doing great on consumables. I'm not going to buy anything. We find a lot of them, and we haven't been using a lot of them. Little guy does not want to go to sleep. I'm tempted to buy this for Ziggy, because I know I'll make this money back. And I'm not really interested in any of these other accessories or anything. I'm not going to buy any of the eggs stuff. It's too overwhelming. I don't care. Let's just do it. I'm going to buy the thing for Ziggy. But I don't think his stats are going to change at all if we equip it. It's just like a different attack type for him. We also don't even know if we're going to use him. Oh, his strength does go up. Okay. You just can't see that anywhere. Alright, well, we'll give it to him. And then, did that change automatically? Yeah, it just automatically switches to, like, an ammo type. So where did those come from? I didn't buy those. Did I just have those? I don't know. Alright, I'm going to go back to the ship. I'm going to drop another save. And then we'll move forward with the plot. And then whenever we get into a situation where we're like doing more quest mode stuff, I'll look at which characters I want to use and teach them some skills. We have some tech points and some skill points and some ether points that we can use. We have a bunch of consumable items to increase those balances once we know which characters we want to use them on. But I don't want to just use it willy-nilly or like even everybody out. Because we kind of just got to a point where everybody is in the party together, and I don't know if that's going to be the standard going forward, and this is going to be one of those kind of games, and I'm just going to have access to every character for the rest of the game, or if they're going to like FF9 me and constantly play around with like who's in the party and who's not. So we got to play close to the chest. All right, so we'll call this one post shop, post EVS dock colony. And now maybe we can leave our silent prison and get some music. Let's see what Matthew says. Nothing yet. What do you want to do? Want to depart soon, or do you want to wander around the colony still? Yes, please depart. All right, Tony, we're leaving port, heading for the Milshan star system. Hurry up and get us released from the dock. Hope they repaired our ship real good. Decommissioned cruise liner is really wild. Oh, Cherenkov's not doing good. Whoa. Oh, he's back to the futuring. Wait, what? Did he just cough that up? Bro, what is going on with you? What happened? So he saw a vision of the Zohar there.
Shion, it may already be too late.
Finally, she speaks.
Who are you? What do you mean, too late? What's too late? Ultimately, the choice is up to him. But you may be able to understand him in his final moments. Indeed, that will bring him comfort.
A powerful force is affecting the ship from outside hyperspace.
What does that mean?
Something is trying to come into contact with the ship. If this persists, we will be dragged out of hyperspace.
What's this? A sense?
Whoa. Whoa.
What the hell? Hey,
Oh, God.
Sure you got the right coordinates?
Well, there. Man, look at all of them.
Cosmos, ultra-wide range cover effect.
Affirmative.
That's amazing. Even an amplified system should only achieve a range of 100 kilometers.
Captain, I can't control her. Distortion in the gravity field. We're being pulled in.
What?
Oh boy.
Where am I? You're all...
I'm glad we're all okay.
Chaos. Where are we?
I'm not sure. I remember we were all engulfed by this light, and then...
Wait a second. This feeling. Yes, I'm sure of it. We're inside a Gnosis. Inside a Gnosis?
Whoa.
Huh?
To be more specific, we are located at the approximate center of a giant gnosis. This gnosis is nearly 16,000 kilometers in diameter. To date, the only gnosis of this size on record is the one named Cathedral Ship.
Does that mean we were eaten?
That may not be far from the truth.
I don't sense any activity from the Gnosis outside. It's almost as if they're sleeping. Hey, what about the Elsa? Where's the captain and everyone else?
Hopefully they too are alive, and in here somewhere.
What is it, Cosmos?
My sensors have picked up a signal.
A signal? Is it the Elsa?
Yes, and something else near it. Although it is faint, I am picking up a waveform similar to the Zohar that was taken from the Woglinde.
Oh, snap.
The Zohar? You mean that gold-colored object that was in the hangar? That thing's here?
How far is the Elsa from here?
Approximately 10 kilometers from our current position.
Not too far.
Stay here or find the Elsa. I'm worried about Alan and the others.
Looks like we have no choice.
If only Alan knew Shion was worried about him.
This can't be real. Am I dreaming? Or... It's not possible. Ariadne vanished when the Zohar went out of control.
Oh.
It can't be.
Okay, hold on. Gotta catch up and write here. So he says Ariadne vanished when the Zohar went out of control. Cosmos detects the Zohar signature from the Wogland. But says nothing about it being an emulator. I'm trying to continually note that because it's unclear if it's just like an assumption, like everybody knows that already, so they're not restating that, or if they don't know. I'm trying to keep track of who knows it's a fake and who doesn't. Whoa. Whoa.
Warning alert in Section D. Distorted wave patterns detected in the quarantine hangar.
Sector D? Is it the Zohar?
Raising a trapped inhibitor output in all Sector D compartments. UMN traffic detected across EPR radar. Something's beaming resonant waves through hyperspace.
Where is it?
Searching for signal source.
It must be resonating with whatever's out there. Prepare to gate jump! Mary, alert the Foundation! We're gonna fall.
Oh. Kukai Foundation? Okay, and we're back in control. Okay, let me do some writing here. I'm almost caught up. So the Durandal prepares to gate jump towards what they believe is the Zohar. And Jr. Jr. says to alert the Foundation. And I'm wondering if he means the Kukai Foundation, since they're like the only foundation that we've heard of so far. So that scene with Cherenkov was really nuts, really intense. So he seems to be affected by the Gnosis in a different way than anyone else because he's come into contact with them. Or because they like implanted him with something, or because he's not a human, you know, something. Because we're like inside this Gnosis and we just see like, you know, gobbledygook, but apparently there's something about him that allows him to see these kind of like altered states of reality. Because he saw what I assume was Ariadne, which looked like the city where he made the shady deal in the rain, and then Utic showed up and tried to take Cosmos, and then Cosmos killed everybody. I'm assuming that happened on Ariadne. Maybe those dots don't need to be connected. And then we saw a very quick shot of him kind of seeing some like past like war flashbacks type vibes, and we saw him in his uniform looking at like a ruined city, and then there was also a shot of presumably him as a kid looking at some like ruined city. So further building on him having a bumpy past that is somehow connected to what's going on. So this is save slot 35. And we will call this Inside Gnosis. This Gnosis might be called Cathedral Ship, according to what Cosmos said. She said the only one that's this known to be this large would be that one. The save point just says core. Well, let's start looking around, shall we? Looks pretty nasty in here. Oh, nice. We can blow up stuff. A Night Walker. What does that do? Prevents sleep. And it's a helmet. And it provides defense +4. Okay, so it immediately makes this this regular helmet obsolete. Can anyone wear it besides these three characters? No. So apparently Ziggy and Cosmos cannot wear helmets. Well, I'm going to put the sleep prevention thing on Momo, because Momo is probably the most dedicated healer that we have at the moment. I'm going to top off everybody's health, too. There. I'll just go ahead and save again. Well, this is unexpected. Obviously, I didn't expect us to get to second Milsha without incident. I knew something was going to happen, but this is definitely not what I expected. I didn't expect anything specific, but I certainly couldn't have predicted this. All right, same save slot. Still number 35. All right, what's going on out here? I see an enemy. I assume it's a Gnosis. Pointy looking guy. Very pointy. Oh, dang it. I was going to try to get him while he was stunned.
Target locked on. Commencing combat.
Cerberus. So I need to give scope to one of these characters. Let's try our new thing. Dowser Fang. Lowers physical attack. That's pretty nasty. How much HP do these things have left now? Whoo! Okay, let's see. She doesn't have a circle attack. Nice dodge. Oh, we get to go again? Alright, well, I might as well heal then. Boom. Can you die, please? Still not dead. Holy crap. This is not the new one. You have to do square triangle to get the new one. Okay, that's one down. No, she does have one. It's just a specific combination. I need to look up what it is. That's right, we didn't need it. Alright, do we want to commit to this party? I kind of want to put somebody else in for Momo. Do I want Shion or Ziggy? I guess we could try out Ziggy's new weapon. And then I guess I'll put Chaos as the lead for some variety. Let me go in here to the tech attack screen and make sure that I'm all caught up. So basically anything that's not triangle triangle, but Momo just doesn't have triangle triangle. Got it. Okay. This is a lot to remember. And then Cosmos' new one is square triangle. Skill screen. We need scope on somebody. Let's put scope on Ziggy. Evade +2. 2 times effect when combined with an accessory. Huh. I guess that's the case with all of these. So it does, yeah, it's not like a special bonus. It's just saying that, like, if you equip this accessory and add the passive one, they both will work. You'll get the effect twice. But it's not like a bonus. There we go. So now we'll have enemy HP information even with without Shion in the party. Okay. Do we have enough ether points to learn anything yet? What does Bodyguard do? Increase strength and defense when Momo is behind. HP recovery mid. Well, we're definitely going to take that. Chaos probably won't be able to upgrade for a while. And then some kind of buff waiting for Cosmos. I don't know if it's just the aesthetic, but this feels more like a dungeon than a lot of the other areas that we've been in so far. I don't think we're getting through this battle. Or, I mean, we're not getting by without battling this thing. That's what I meant. Okay, so let's have everybody do a single attack on this guy. Whew, very nice, Cosmos. Okay, and then the new attack is only on Cosmos, and it's square triangle. And now we can see HP again. This is great. So we can literally just count it down.
Let's go.
38. So we can just keep our 6 points. Okay, square triangle. Let's see the new attack. Cool. Ooh, it has an AoE attack. Yikes. Dee-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo. Dang, girl. She's so strong.
All systems clear.
I love how this guy's just wandering around over here. Just a little tiny Gnosis inside of another big Gnosis. In his little Gnosis world. Okay. I might just do an AoE heal here. Right off the rip. Triangle for you. And a triangle for you. Bo-be-ba, bo-be-da, do, bo-be-doo. So I wonder what the max for Ziggy's HP is, because he's over 500. Everybody else's skills menu said that 500 was the max. I'm still not sure if that means that it's like tied to your current level. And the max that you can hit will go up based on your level, but it kind of didn't make sense with how it was set up for it to mean that. So I don't know.
Let's go.
Hopefully it'll become more clear as we play more. Do our new attack again, even though I think the triangle circle is probably stronger. It's creepy how her arm just changes into it. I think that was enough, but whatever. Fireball. I'm starting to get the hang of learning what the single letter abbreviations mean, but it's a lot. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, just one little blasty for you.
All systems clear.
Gotta level up for chaos. The sound that this floor is making is a lot. Oh, look at this sign. It says Ariadne on it. We hit a cutscene trigger.
So this is a cathedral ship.
Oh, a
It
cathedral
does feel
ship.
like we're inside a ship, but it certainly doesn't look like anything that belongs to the Federation.
Could it be an alien ship?
I wonder. Look, over there.
What is it? A sign or something?
Hey, it's written in English.
But this is odd. It doesn't look like it's stuck on the wall. Doesn't it look more like a part of the wall itself?
Are you saying the sign is part of the Gnosis? How could that be?
Take a look around. That's not the only one. There's a lot of other stuff here too.
Are we really inside a Gnosis?
Hurry! He'll be gone soon.
Huh?
What, did you find something?
Huh?
So I'm assuming the girl is talking about Cherenkov. Something's about to happen to him.
That girl again. What does she have to do with this place?
Oh.
At this time, the defendant's origins are unknown.
Hold on. Hold on. The girl tells Shion to hurry. He'll be gone soon. Presumably Cherenkov. There's the lady. Okay, and now we're just in a courtroom.
No, that information was lost in the chaos of war, perhaps deliberately, I might add. It could be said that the circumstances surrounding the defendant actually qualify him as a victim of the life recycling law. Therefore, is it right for him to be the first victim of a capital punishment system that had been abandoned for thousands of years? It's true that the defendant must pay for his crimes. But with all the progress we've made in science and the study of the human psyche, surely there must be alternative means by which he can repay society? Please, I ask you to make a merciful and wise decision.
This court hereby sentences the defendant, Andrew Cherenkov, to undergo level 7 personality reconditioning.
Pause. Okay, so he's on trial for violating the life recycling law. I'm going to need to read that database entry again. I only have a vague recollection of what that was. And his merciful sentence is to undergo level 7 personality conditioning. I was hoping to pause it while that was still on the screen, but I just missed it. Okay, continuing on.
With this ruling, the current you will cease to exist. But it also marks the birth of a brand new world for you.
Wow, sounds great.
Let us celebrate, shall we?
What is the meaning of this? Why can't we have a child of our own?
Oh, stop it. What could you want to leave behind? Don't tell me you want that abnormal DNA of yours to live on. Nanotechnology is hardly perfect, you know. It still can't correct mutations in genomes.
Are you saying this is my fault?
You're pathetic. A bit of nucleic acid desperately clinging to life.
Dang.
You haven't changed one bit since then. But of course, that's what makes you, you.
But then, why did you marry me?
For this. Do you know how hard I worked for this permit? That's why I volunteered to care for you. What, did you think there was love between us? Please.
Dang.
Don't kid yourself. I can get all the love I need with this. Don't forget to take your meds.
Whoa.
I'm the one who'll be held responsible if you don't.
Oh.
In accordance with Federation law, the defendant will now undergo level 8 personality reconditioning.
Level 8. He's upgraded to level 8. Okay, more catching up to do. So she chastises him heavily as a lesser being. It is implied he kills her or commits violence against her, and he is imprisoned and his personality reconditioning is upgraded to level 8.
With this, defendant 12584's human rights shall be revoked, and henceforth the defendant shall be treated as a life form belonging to the Federation. According to current law, this treatment grants the bearer the same rights and privileges as those of a Realian.
Why did the symbol change, though? Oh no. Don't do it, Andrew.
Garbage.
Oh no. Oh no. Yikes.
I must admit, I've never seen such a stubborn neural network.
He's even rejected the level 8 procedure.
In any case, he's still quite valuable to us. We
That's
can
the guy.
use him as a test subject for the level 9 procedure.
Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. So much stuff is happening. Okay. His rune changed at this time. The level 8 procedure fails. He harms / kills a girl due to hallucination of his quote-unquote wife, and he is made a test subject for the level 9 procedure, parentheses, by the guy on the SOCE who is a mole for Margulis. We still don't know his name yet. I don't think. This is juicy. Oh, more dead people. Did he do that? Looks like he did.
So you're the man who murdered every worker in this facility and annihilated 3 squads of Federation Special Forces. I was looking forward to meeting you. But you look like a poor little stray. Is this really your handiwork? A life recycling variant. No wonder the Federation police couldn't handle you. I'll commend you for that. However... reality is cruel, is it not?
Commander Margulis, the 308th Volgata Division is...
I know. We're taking him with us.
Sir, you're not serious.
Yes, this one may be useful.
But...
all you ever wanted in life was to leave behind a legacy. Isn't that right? Now show me the proof of your existence. To me alone.
Turn off that light. Okay. Wow. I need to stop. So I'm going to see if I can backtrack to that save point. There may be another save point, like, right up ahead. But it's probably better for me to go back to what I know. Because I might get pulled into another cutscene or something. So, let me just make my way back down there. We'll probably have to do some more battles before we can get there. But maybe we'll get lucky. Yeah, I'm sure some people are quicker to pass judgment than I am, Shane, and would maybe, like, write some of these characters off really quickly. But I'm very much a in it for the long haul kind of person. So yeah, obviously Cherenkov is a bad guy. But every character has been intriguing so far. Like, every single character that we've met so far, I would be interested to know more about them. Like, none of the characters feel like, oh, blah, you know, whatever, throw away. I'm not really that kind of player anyways. I always want to, like, read more into characters. So for the game to just kind of, like, explore that is great. What happens if I just do this? Ah, that's how we hit everybody. Okay, we were just never doing that. So it still uses up all 6 of my action points, and it does less damage. So I don't know why I would do that with Cosmos. I can see why I would do it with, Ziggy to hit everybody. What did Cherenkov do to get there in the first place? Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit of indication that he, you know, he was a soldier. He was like kind of a lifelong soldier, and that he's done some bad stuff, but we don't know the exact timeline. But yeah, we don't really exactly know when his like corrupted streak started. You know, there's like a chicken and egg situation happening here, whereas like, oh, is he like a tragic character that became evil after he was experimented on, or was he experimented on because he was already evil and corrupted? I feel like that's ambiguous right now. Maybe others would feel differently, but I feel like they're intentionally making that ambiguous right now. Which is cool. As long as it gets cleared up later. I'm cool with it being ambiguous for a while. I just don't want it to be convoluted for the entirety of the narrative. I want answers. I don't mind questions as long as I get answers. Okay. So this is where we're gonna stop for today. I said earlier that we didn't do a whole lot today, but it feels like we kind of did. We had to redo a few things, we wasted some time, but all in all, we learned a lot. We saw a lot of new stuff. I feel good about it. So, this will be save slot number 36. And when we come back next week, we will find out what is in store for our buddy Andrew here. So I'm going to call this Backtrack to Gnosis Start Post Cherenkov Scenes. So yeah, we found out how he got linked up with Margulis and why Margulis was interested in him. But what we don't know is how, after all that, did Cherenkov find his way back into the military? Because it almost seems like when we first met Cherenkov, he didn't have all those memories that he's having right now, you know? Like, somehow maybe coming into contact with that Gnosis on the Elsa caused something to trigger, and he's remembering more of these things as he's, like, deteriorating or something. But maybe not. Seems pretty obvious now that he's not human. But yeah, we'll find out next week. I will be back on Sunday, 2 days from now, joined by the lady. We're going to do a Sunday afternoon stream for you because you met the sub goal. Thank you all again. Every time we hit that 25 sub mark, it's a rolling goal. We just keep track until it gets hit. Every time we hit that, the lady and I come on a Sunday and continue our current point-and-click playthrough. Which right now is Grim Fandango. So it'll be Grim Fandango Part 3 on Sunday with the lady and I. That'll be really cozy and nice. We've been looking forward to playing that again, and she got really excited when I told her we were going to be streaming it this weekend. So that's going to be fun. Join us for that if you can. I'll be back on Tuesday with more Boktai. Continuing our flashlight UV madness. As we make more progress in that game. I'm really getting into the groove with that one. I'm really enjoying it. It's really, really cool. And same with this game. We'll be back with more Xenosaga next Thursday and Friday. We have completely normal schedule next week. but then altered schedule the 2 weeks after that. I post an update in my Discord server every Monday with what's coming down the pipe for that week. When I post the Monday update this coming Monday for next week, I'm going to post a nice, concise, and clear schedule graphic for the month of September. Because I know me explaining it verbally is kind of hard to understand, depending on what kind of person you are. But next week, normal schedule. The week after that, Tuesday stream only, because I'll be gone Thursday and Friday traveling. And then the week after that, there will be no Tuesday stream, but I'll be back Thursday and Friday, and those are going to be the birthday September shenanigans TM doubleheader streams. I'm going to be doing not Xenosaga. I'm going to be doing some type of special programming. I don't know what it's going to be yet. I'll let you know as soon as I decide. But there's going to be special incentives to gift subs since they're going to be on discount. They're actually on discount right now as well. And there's potentially going to be an additional third stream that you'll be able to unlock with some sub milestones and possibly some other sub milestones for other shenanigans on stream, just to encourage all to participate and support. And then there's going to be more altered schedules coming down the pipeline after that. The last week of September will be a normal schedule, and then we'll immediately have a blank week, because that's the week that I'm going up to Minneapolis to play with my band. I'm playing a show with Bit Brigade. It's going to be an amazing VGM show. If you're going to be anywhere near Minneapolis the first week of October, you got to come to this show. Come to Ice House, see us play, see Bit Brigade play. You won't regret it. It's going to be one for the books, one for the ages. Bit Brigade puts on a hell of a show, and we've wanted to play with them for a long time, so we're very excited about the opportunity. We're going to be bringing our AAA game. It's going to be a monthly meetup for VGM Con and 2D Con, which are the two big local conventions. VGM Con is the one I'm the music director for, and obviously very biased and partial towards. So it's going to be a big meetup and a big hang as well. Very excited about that. I'm also, for any of you that are in that area, I'm going to be planning a soda shop meetup for that week. I don't know what day yet, but I'll communicate with you as that date gets closer and I get a few more things off my plate. I got a very busy weekend this weekend. I'm going to be soldering some GBA batteries and doing a bunch of chores and shopping and maybe setting up some 360 stuff. I got to figure out what I'm going to do for these birthday streams. We're getting ready for this trip. There's so much going on right now. It's kind of wild. It's fun though. We're having a good time. I just got to make sure that I can get some sleep in between it all, because I get a little overwhelmed if I'm tired and I'm thinking about all that stuff. Still overwhelming even when I'm not tired. Anyways, thank y'all for being here. Let's find someone to raid. And we're going to send some love over to somebody. Who is it going to be? Who's it going to be? Oh, wow. That's cool to see. Who's not playing Silk Song? Well, that's cool. That's cool to see. Can't read into that for spoilers, unfortunately. Boo-boo-dee-doo. Oh, wow. Cool. Oh, man, I don't know where to go today. Do-do-do. Well, we're gonna raid Karkala. We raided Karkala really recently, but she just started Vandal Hearts 2, which I'm gonna try not to watch too much of, because I would like to play those games someday. But I know that she's gonna be really excited about this one because she loved the first Vandal Hearts. So let's go over there and wish her well, say hello, and tell her that she needs to play Xenosaga. I'm just kidding. Don't. You can say that one time, very tongue-in-cheek and very kindly. Otherwise, it'll completely backfire on you. Maybe I'll take care of saying that. Anyways, thank y'all for hanging out with me today. This was a good time. Good streams this week. See you on Sunday for more. Depending on whether... do you guys think of Sunday as the first day of the week or the last day of the week? I could go either way. I've spent parts of my life thinking both. Anyways, I'm going to be back on Sunday with the lady. We're going to play some Grim Fandango. It's going to be cozy. It's going to be fun. It's going to be cute. And I'm going to go immediately get started on my very busy weekend while I lurk on this stream. I got to do some yard work. But y'all be good. If it's your weekend, enjoy. If it's not your weekend, keep pushing. We believe in you. Stay strong out there. And stay well. Take care.